All right, party people, welcome back. So, based on what happened with the previous challenge, I would like to take a moment, just a quick moment, to examine what this menu screen tells us about these challenges. So I highlight the challenge thing on the left here. Well, anything really. It tells you what the button does. New, it says start a new survival mode game. That makes sense. Resume, continue from your last saved survival mode game. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Load, load a saved survival mode game. Challenges, the challenges, which are what we're doing. Objective-based experiences with a clear beginning and end. Designed to last for 1 to 3 hours. You know, I'm not sure how accurate that is. Because the challenge that we finished yesterday, Whiteout, that took a lot more than 1 to 3 hours. A lot more than 1 to 3 hours. And in fact, the main reason is because of that damn rifle. And trying to find that. But we did find it. We stocked up on bear meat. And presumably, we survived the monster storm. However, it's entirely possible that the storm never arrived. Because, let me tell you, after looking at the Canadian forecaster's forecast and comparing them to the weather each day, not super accurate. But at any rate, the next challenge, the current challenge, is Nomad. So don't be mad, it's Nomad. The world has changed. The only way to survive is to keep moving. Survive for 3 days each in 15 specific locations across the game world. So it's going to be, it sounds like, well, first off, because of how far we had to run around to find the rifle when we were doing Whiteout, I got pretty good at going fast and looting things. I think that's really going to help us in Nomad, because I suspect that we can try to do a quasi speed run of this challenge. That is, basically hoover up all the stuff we need for each location when we go back and forth between the locations. And then basically just sleep for 3 days straight. You know, sleep and play solitaire 15 times. So, I guess, without further ado, let's get into it. Wait, no, hold on. First we need to think, where are we going to spawn? Where is it probably going to spawn us? It's probably going to spawn us somewhere silly. Probably somewhere we haven't spawned before. Hopeless Rescue spawned us in the Trapper. The Hunted Part 1 spawned us on Skeeter's Ridge. Part 2 is Trapper's Cabin again. Whiteout spawned us in the Coastal Highway at the garage. Nomad. Well, Nomad, perhaps that'll spawn us at Misanthropes, but at the same time, I kind of get the feeling that it might spawn us somewhere silly like the Broken Railroad. Or maybe Pleasant Valley. I suppose we'll find out. I really have no hint. So let's do it. Press the any key to continue. I don't have an any key. Okay, where are we? The farmhouse in Pleasant Valley. This is the last place that I predicted. Or that I thought of. Mainly because it's so central. Which is convenient, but at the same time... Oh, we actually have not trash gear right now. Decent shoes. Jeans are always not great. Socks are eh. Mittens are good. The toque is nice to have. This is like one rung below top tier hat. Sports vest, eh. Plaid shirt, eh. Could be worse. At least we're not immediately risking frostbite. Let's see, what the hell are we actually doing? Okay, here we go. Spend 3 days at each location listed in your journal. Now, based on the fact that it says 3 days And we have sort of a count up, and this is reminiscent to the count up that is counting the food and stockpile things that we were doing in the last challenge. I'm suspecting that these 3 days might not need to be continuous. But let's see if we can... Well, let's go out the... I want to see what kind of weather we're dealing with. Ooh, this is a really good thing to start with. This farmhouse is actually a fantastic starting place. Just because it has a decent assortment of stuff. Okay, good weather. It's just afternoon, so early afternoon. The first order of business is we need to figure out where the hell all of these places are. Okay, camp office. I know where that is. It's in Mystery Lake. So is the trapper's cabin. The forestry lookout. That might also be in Mystery Lake. It might be that Firewatch tower. And then we have upper lower dam. So it looks like the first 4 are all in Mystery Lake. Then we have barn, radio control hut, Skeeter's Ridge, rural store. I think the next 4 are all in Pleasant Valley. The barn, I believe, it's either the building that is just south of us across the field, or it's in the other field to the east. The radio control hut should be that thing way up on the ridge, actually. We can probably see it from here. Gecko, hello. We just started Nomad, and I'm trying to figure out where the hell all these different locations are. And I think the radio control hut is up there. Okay, what else do we have? Skeeter's Ridge basement. Based on what I was told yesterday, or the day before, I don't remember. I think Skeeter's Ridge basement is where I was attacked by the moose, and also where the Hunted Part 1 started. Because that's really the only basement up there. And then the rural store is probably somewhere in town. We'll find it eventually. Oh, you know what? I bet the rural store is that one building that's across the road from all the other houses near the bridge. Okay, so that's fine. Now, the rest. Quonset Garage, Abandoned Lookout, Mountaineer's Hut, Lonely Lighthouse. No, let's think. Quonset Garage is definitely where our base was in the previous challenge. So that's in Coastal Highway. Abandoned Lookout, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing that in the Coastal Highway too. I think that's the Firewatch Tower that's above the town in the Coastal Highway. Then the Mountaineer's Hut. So long, so dark. Welcome back, Bobby. Does the map function or help, or is it just blank? My guess is that it's blank because, yeah, it's blank. Because of course it is. So let's think. Bobby, we're doing the Nomad challenge where we're running around and sleeping a whole bunch in a bunch of different locations. Okay, so Abandoned Lookout. No. We know where the Abandoned Lookout is. Mountaineer's Hut. If I was a mountaineer and I wanted to have a hut, that's... Oh, you know what? I just remembered. Big brain. The Mountaineer's Hut is that house that is... it's at the pond in Timberwolf Mountain. I'm sure that's the Mountaineer's Hut. Exactly, Gecko. Exactly. Okay, then Lonely Lighthouse. There are 2 lighthouses. One is that busted up broken lighthouse in the Bleak Inlet, but I think the Lonely Lighthouse is probably in Desolation Point. And the reason I think that is because I remember for sure the Stone Church is in Desolation Point. And the Cinder Hills Coal Mine. The Cinder Hills Coal Mine, it's one of 2 things. It's either the shortcut that goes through the 2, basically the north and the west on Desolation Point, or it's that, it's the place between Desolation Point and Crumbling Highway. And then Crumbling Highway basement, I know where that is. Okay. Okay, so here's the plan. Here's the plan. I think I'm getting a route together in my head already. Because where do we have to go? We have to go to Timberwolf Mountain. There's a couple places in Pleasant Valley. Then we need to go to Mystery Lake. And then I believe we probably go Coastal Highway, Crumbling Highway, Desolation Point, and we'll probably end either at the lighthouse in Desolation Point or the stone church. It depends on which one is more convenient to stay at first. But I'm actually thinking right now, it may be a smart idea to, first off, we're going to loot the hell out of this farmhouse. And then second off, I think we want to take a quick jog up to the radio tower up there to see if we can snag another expedition parka or maybe some nice shoes. Oh, but hold on. I'll be right back. While I think. You have to stay inside the locations or general area. Because they all seem to be interiors, I think we have to stay inside. Is the situation. Yeah, so I think we loot here. We check the radio tower, and then we go north to Timberwolf Mountain. I think the first place we stay is the Mountaineer's Hut. Because that's sort of on its own corner. We can get there while we still aren't over encumbered. Because remember, there's that rope we need to climb up to go to Timberwolf. And then we can head down. Okay, so, ooh, hello, fishing tackle.
Nobody needs this anymore.
We'll take that. Hey, isn't there supposed to be a box here? I'm beginning to realize there are some randomized things. I don't know if they're randomized per challenge or if it's per individual run. So let's start. Basically just hoovering up everything there is here. And hopefully not missing anything. Like this delicious Stacy's grape soda. I suppose the grape soda is nice, but I hear her mom has got it go on. Alright, anything under? No. Condensed milk. I am a fan of condensed milk. Pretty good calorie density. Ooh, is that coffee? Hello.
This'll come in handy.
That could come in handy. Ooh, and that looks like another toque and climbing socks. This is a good start. This is quite a good start, clothing-wise anyway. Where are you? Where are you? And you know what? We can spend 10 minutes to break down this cloth. Because it's just good to have. You never know when you'll need a cloth. And I don't know if we can do 2 sports vests. No, apparently we need some kind of a jacket. Okay, is there anything underneath the couch? No. Sewing kit. You know what? I'm even thinking, First off, revolver ammunition. So this guarantees that we will not find a single revolver. Absolutely guarantees it. I'm thinking if we find a hacksaw, maybe we even take a quick little detour and try to find a couple of those airplane containers once we're in Timberwolf Mountain. But if we don't, it's no real loss, I don't think. For now, we're just channeling our inner loot goblin, and of course, remembering that we need tinder plugs to actually light fires now. I almost forgot, because I remember seeing a newspaper and thinking, I don't need that. What do I need newspaper for? The answer is, it's for lighting things on fire. Oh, and you know what? I remember I was having so much trouble finding a hatchet in the previous whiteout run. I was traumatized. We can leave the firewood. Firewood is easy enough to find and a little bit heavy, so I don't want to start getting encumbered. But I was so traumatized and trolled by there being no hatchets that I could find. I could only find pry bar after pry bar after pry bar. It made me so sad. But one thing that didn't make me sad is the first hatchet that we found was actually in the barn that's just down
here.
Ooh. Work pants are pretty darn good. At the very least, they're an upgrade over jeans. But the first hatchet that I found in the whiteout challenge was in the barn just down the road from here. Let's just get a little bit more cloth. Because if we get, I think at this rate, we're probably going to get stuck overnight inside the radio tower that's up on the hill. And we can use our time to get a lot of repairing done. And we can also test and see whether the time we have to spend is cumulative,
Owners around.
or if it's discrete, I suppose you could call it. Basically, can we leave or does the timer reset? Because it would be very inconvenient if we couldn't leave for the whole 3 days. I just picked up something, didn't I? Yeah, the hoodie. Not repair. Where? Oh, a container that I didn't see. Scrap metal? We don't need that right now. And the down vest, I suppose we could rip up, but I don't think we'll end up needing that much cloth because we don't actually have a lot of things to repair here. Toques. Firearm cleaning kit. Of course, now we are absolutely guaranteed to never find a gun. Absolutely guaranteed. Books are heavy. I don't want to start picking up so many books that we're having a problem running around. Okay, our first flare. Next order of business, we check the basement. One of these days you'll find a revolver. You believe in me. That's good. That's very good. Now, in Nomad, there was a revolver at Trapper's Cabin, but it's gonna be a while till we get there. And oh my goodness, it's dark here. Okay, work boots, those could be good. We'll check that. A pry bar. So pry bar number 1. Let's see how many pry bars we find before we actually find something that's not a pry bar. Like, for example, a hatchet, question mark. And now the stuff in these shelves, because it's dark. Why is it so dark down here already? I'm just kind of shuffling around, hoping to find things under the crosshairs. Scrap metal, don't need it. Oh, what was that? Plank, don't need it. Shelf, 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 crate, shelf. And nothing. Accelerant, maybe. Hail. Wood matches, hello. That was hiding. Scrap metal, don't really need it. Should be a couple of chairs over here that I feel like I've seen something on them, but nothing right now. All right, cabinets. Hardly ever anything good in a cabinet, but it's not that bad to look. Anything on top? No. Anything on the workbench? If there is, I can't really see it. Check the workbench drawer. Probably didn't need that charcoal. There is a... You know what? We might not have enough scrap metals and cured leather to make crampons. Okay, scrap metal. Let's hoover up a bunch of the scrap metal that we saw here and check the situation. Because if we can make crampons, we're doing it. Wasn't there another scrap metal here somewhere? Ooh, a jerry can. Pick that up, just to leave it somewhere more visible. Oh, it was over here, wasn't it? I thought I saw scrap metal over... Yeah, here. Okay, 2 scrap metals. And then I'm sure there were at least 2 scrap metals up in the house. What do we have? We have... Yeah, we need 2 more scrap metals. And 2 cured leathers. Okay, where did I see scrap metal? None here. I know I saw one on the second floor. But do we have our fourth on the first floor somewhere? I feel like I'm gonna miss it. Okay, well, what can you do? What can you do? Not much. Other than forget... Where is it? Where is it? Is it in here? Yes. Okay, so 3 scrap metals. We need 1 more scrap metal. I'm pretty sure there was at least one other. Oh, and a storm lantern. That's a pretty good find. That is a pretty good find, actually. Okay, scrap metal, oh scrap metal. Where art thou? You know what? This is decadent, but I think it's important enough. I'm sure there was a scrap metal somewhere. And I'm pretty sure it was out on the floor and not in a container. Yeah, nothing under the bed. Come on now. Why you gotta be doing this to me? Nothing under that bed. If there's nothing in this room or in the kitchen, then we'll check the basement again, because surely I missed something in the dark down there. Surely. Any scrap metals? Show me what you got. Okay, we do have firewood here. Really? What about the bathroom? I keep my scrap metal in the bathroom. Okay. Surely with all this visibility, we can now find some scrap metal that we missed. At least just 1 scrap metal. 1 lonely scrap metal is all I beg for. Ooh, wool mittens, that's an upgrade over the fleece. Because you don't want to get fleeced, you want to get woolly. Wild and woolly. Ooh, hello. Gotcha. Alright, so, now, the new question. Do we crampon now, or do we crampon later? Oh, quality tools. And a metal container I missed. With a spray can that I'm never going to use. Okay. Okay, here's the strat. Here's the strat. It's dusk. But I think with the quality tools, I think we can bang out... You know what? We can't. Because I need to break down 2 things. Because we don't have the cured leather yet. I need to break down the driving gloves. And we need to decide, do we want work boots? Or do we want trail boots? I think we want to wear the work boots. They are heavier. And they're not as good at wind protection, but they're substantially better when it comes to warmth. So wear those, and these will take 1 hour and 30 minutes to harvest. Okay, so let's head up to the upstairs, not the upstairs. We're heading up to the upper place, the Radio Shack. And the Radio Shack is where we're going to be doing, basically spending the night. Where are we? We're here. Okay, so we're going to go over this direction. We're going to check that barn really quick. Then we're going to head up to the Radio Shack. We should get there before dark. So getting there shouldn't be a problem. And any time that we need to spend to align our wake-up time with dawn, we can spend either breaking down those shoes to get our beautiful, fantastic cured leather, or we can use it to repair the clothing we have. Because we've got wool mittens, we've got the toques that are really good, we've got the work pants that are pretty good, and we also have the climbing socks, so there is a handful of things to repair. But for now, we just go fast. And we also check to make sure there's no bear here, because a bear does like to come around this area. But surely it's not spawning in the first, what, 4 or 5 hours of the game, right? Alright, got anything in here? Sometimes there's nice things inside the tractors, but usually no. Oh, and also a couple sticks. Because remember, we need to make tinder. We do need to make tinder. And I'm also checking for a hatchet here. The last time I found the hatchet, it was lying up against this fire barrel, and I almost missed it. But no such luck this time. Well, remember there is a bunch of firewood in here. Aha! You see that in the corner of my eye?
That'll come in
Hacksaw.
handy.
A very good hacksaw. So you know what? There is at least a few places that we can probably get pretty easily in Timberwolf that might actually have hacksawable stuff. Cap. We probably didn't need the baseball cap. A bunch of wood. Yeah, other than that, I don't think there's probably going to be anything in here worth getting. Okay, I think that's it. Load. Okay, good. So I'm feeling pretty good about our plan. Pretty good about the plan, even though... So dusk is one of the warmer parts of the day. And we're already getting 2 temperature arrows down. Not great. Not super great. It could be worse. It could be the warm part of the day and we're still getting 3 temperature arrows down. But we'll take what we can get for now. We shall take what we can obtain. And I think... Let's see what the situation is. So food-wise, we're great. Water-wise, we're okay. I think we'll maybe... Yeah, I think we'll maybe make some water when we're waiting up there. It can boil while we're doing our stuff. And in the worst case scenario, if we make too much water, we can always just leave it there because we'll be coming back to spend the rest of the 3 days. Okay, I do like walking fast. If recollection serves, there's probably going to be at least a couple of firewoods up there already. There's a hobo metal drum that is probably going to be the best place to actually burn and cook stuff, on account of it's protected from the wind. But until then, we have to make sure that we have enough, that we have enough actual stuff to burn to be worth the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. It actually is getting darker a little bit earlier than I was expecting. But we still have plenty of time. I can't imagine how hard this challenge would be if you didn't know the map. You'd have to literally just run around everywhere, checking every single interior, and hoping that it tells you that it's the right one. Because the journal doesn't even tell you which region they're in. It seems rude to design a challenge that doesn't even tell you that. Okay, you know what? We've got plenty of fatigue. Might as well sprint a little bit. I don't think we'll regret this. I hope we won't regret it. If all else fails, you can assist with finding the correct locations. Yeah, I think I think the Mountaineer hut is the only one that I wasn't 100% about until I remembered that we got a note there from the Mountaineer, from the climber. So currently I'm feeling pretty confident. There may be one or two that I'm not sure about. For example, the store. I don't know, is it a store or what? Oh, you know what? I feel like we should try to brain some of these rabbits. Actually, multiple things. One, we're going to pick up all these sticks. Two, if we can hacksaw this maple sapling, we're going to hacksaw the maple sapling. Because there should be a couple of arrows inside the Mountaineer's cabin, or at least there's always been at least two, both times I've been there. Let's just pick up all these while the getting is good.
You might have to drop some gear.
You might have to drop some gear, but not yet. Okay, so we'll try to get this sapling. We'll see if we can find a rock. Because I would like to start curing some stuff. And I would like to start curing some stuff with that rabbit. But that depends on finding a rock. I always forget that I should probably be picking up at least a couple of rocks in the beginning of each of these runs. Because I don't have a bunch of fire-hardened arrows and a bow. So we are looking for a rock. A stone. Surely there's going to be a rock somewhere in this compound, right? At least... Oh, there we go. Here we go. Alright. Oh, you know what? We never actually found a hunting knife in that entire house. So that's not great. I want to tell me only the regions of the locations. I'm actually extremely confident that I know all the regions already. So first let's try and snipe a dude. Ah, rude. Rude. And I guess he's... Let's pick up before we go. Or before we forget where these stones went. Whoops. This is why I disagree with the throw/shoot and also pick up being the same button. Okay, region-wise, I'm almost certain that we only need Timberwolf Mountain, Pleasant Valley, Mystery Lake, Coastal Highway, Crumbling Highway, Desolation Point. I'm extremely confident that those are the only ones. Yeah. The only possible point of confusion is maybe if Rural Store is not over in the town in Pleasant Valley, I think it would be in Mountain Town. Other than that, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident in our locations. And we can check the town in Pleasant Valley here before we have to go and worry about checking. Wow. Oh, come on. That phased right through him. We can check the town in Pleasant Valley before we have to go to Mountain Town. I used to be better at throwing these rocks. Oh, come on now. Alright, brained you. Absolutely nuked you. Oh, come on. You know what? I was robbed. That was highway robbery. Sometimes this game really needs to work on the hitboxes sometimes. Oh, come on. Buddy. Absolute highway robbery. There we go. Give it to me. Alright, fine. You deserve that, buddy. You deserve that one. Okay, now we can actually run around and go inside. We'll drop the gut here, assuming, of course, that we can even harvest it. I don't know if we can. Okay. We can. I suppose we can use the hacksaw, too. It's better than nothing. I'll be right back. Audio-wise. Okay, I have returned. Perhaps you might be surprised. It seems like I never left. You know what? I probably should have dropped a bunch of stuff. On account of... We're gonna hoover up everything here, but we shouldn't be so heavy. Okay. Especially the jerry can. I said that I was gonna drop the jerry can, but I never did. Alright, let's hoover. Let's make sure we check for the... Aw, man, no peanut butter behind the toaster? Fine. Be that way. Ooh, military coat. Hello. We got the drip. It's no expedition parka, but it's not a bad find. Ooh, was that... Did I just see snow pants? Are we getting... Oh my... Are we getting top tier end-game level... I mean, quasi-end-game level equipment and clothing here? I think we might be. I think we just might be. Oops. Did not mean that. Okay, somehow it seems another firearm cleaning kit. Yet more evidence that we will never be finding any guns in this run. Scarf? We scarf down the scarf. Scrap metal, we'll pick it up just to pick it up. Another sewing kit. Yeah. So, for those inquiring minds that want to know, that was a sneeze. Okay, so only one rifle cartridge so far. We're not doomed yet. If we find an entire box of rifle ammunition, then we'll be doomed, and I'll know we're never going to find a rifle.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Bitch. Son of a bitch. Well, I suppose we can drop that. Because we're not going to find any guns except maybe, if we're lucky, a flare gun. And that's only if we go all the way to the top of Timberwolf. God damn it. God damn it. Why can't we have nice things? You know what? I should just turn the microphone off and shut up. Because it seems like I can't do anything other than curse myself. Okay. I think we've hoovered up just about everything here. Let's go outside and let's get a fire going. And we can do multiple things with this fire. For example, we can lament that we never found a hatchet. Ooh, hiccup. Alright, wood matches. We actually have a couple. We only have one tinder plug. Let's do something about that. With the newsprint. Alright, surely this is enough tinder plugs to start a fire. With a book. And accelerant.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Because when else am I going to use the accelerant? Be honest.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Okay, so that's burning. Wait, hold on. It started really fast. I guess the... I guess they call it accelerant for a reason. Probably toss both of these cedars on because we have water to boil and we also have meat to cook. So water's going to take 2 hours. 2 hours and 12 minutes. And let's toss that venison we got. That'll take 57 minutes. Now, in 57 minutes, how much of this can we harvest? Hide and gut. So remember, it's 3 rabbit skin hides for a hat. I guess we can get started there. Oof. I guess the hacksaw is not very good at harvesting some of this. Wow, the hacksaw is slower at harvesting the hide. And it's also, I guess it's just slower than harvesting the hide. But for now, let's get the gut. Oh, and you know what? While this stuff is cooking, I've boiled some water. Wait, bare-handed harvest, 10% of total weight was lost. But we got 1 full gut, right? Yeah, we got 1 full gut. Okay, so we're a noob at harvesting. We don't want to harvest meat barehanded. But that's fine. You're almost ready. You still have an hour to go. In the meantime, do we have something that's quick? Not really. Not really. We're going to want more time here. Mainly for water cooking purposes. So we can toss a bunch of these sticks on. Yeah, 10 sticks is only... It's less than an hour, it seems. You're cooked. What can we place? I guess we can do some water. Because this should take 40 minutes. That takes an hour. And I believe harvesting the hide, 40 minutes. Perfect. And while this is going, let's pour some water on some tea. All right. And we're back. You're boiled, and we can continue over here. There's not really anything else to cook until we actually harvest this rabbit meat. 32 minutes versus 16. I suppose we can use the hacksaw. Certainly, we're not going to open so many airline crates that we're going to need more than however much percentage that hacksaw is. Certainly. Alright, that rabbit's done. That's boiled, and we can actually cook our rabbit meat here. Was that? That was boiled. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if it was boiled or just melted. Okay. We got some man food. Remember, dog's best friend is man, and this is dog's best friend food, which makes it man food. And Mackenzie happens to be a man, so it's Mackenzie food. Melted? No. Cook you. And then we have 2 minutes of rabbit meat to cook. How much burn time? Another hour of burn time. We can squeak out another liter in here. And we might maybe be able to get another half liter from the can. So, in the meantime, that's actually 20 minutes. What can we do in 20 minutes? I don't think we can really do anything because we're tight on this burn time. If I want to squeak in that extra half liter from the can. Otherwise, I would repair one of these things. Oh, you know what we can do? Snow pants go on the outside. Ooh, and they're also pretty good. Condition-wise, anyway. Work pants go on the inside. Aha, look at this. All right, let's do some math. 32% old-fashioned parka is giving us 0.9C and 0.9C. It will probably give us 3 Celsius and 3 Celsius when it's fully repaired. Compared to decent military coat, will probably also give us 3 Celsius and 3 Celsius. 40% water resist, 20% water resist. Military coat goes outside because it has better water resist. Exactly, wear both, but I'm thinking about getting wet. The military coat should be better for getting wet, Damien. I cannot believe I found both of these parkas/coats in like the first location we looked. Now all we need is the festive sweater, and I'll be so happy. It was a very nice find. It seems like every time I go to this, right now we're at the Radio Shack that's on that hill overlooking Pleasant Valley. It seems like every time I go there, I find at least one like top tier amazing coat. This is the third time I'd say I've been here in the challenges. The first 2 times, both times I found an expedition parka. And this time we found that coat and the old-fashioned parka. And also some boots. Let's check the boots compared to the work boots. Okay, so 40% probably gets 1 Celsius wind resistance. And I want to say I would estimate probably 1.5 Celsius for warmth. Whereas these guys, you know, I think the work boots are better than the military boots, as long as we're not planning on getting in a scuffle. Yeah, the military boots, they're good for defense. They're a little bit faster for sprinting, but they're also 2 kilograms. That's a little bit heavy for my tastes. Combat boots are better if you repair them. Let me think about that. Let me think. Here's my... Well, first off, let's make sure these things don't boil off. We can barely not squeak in. Yeah, we need one more stick. And that water should be fine. Okay, so that's boiling, that'll go. So let's think, let's do some math here. Combat boots. So condition right now is 40%. So we can do 2.5 times the condition to get to 100%. 2.5 times 0.6 is 1.5. So it'll be 1.5 Celsius warmth and 1 Celsius wind chill. 20% water resist, 10% protection, and we run faster. These guys were at basically 1.2 Celsius is 60%. I think 100% would be 2 Celsius for warmth, 1 Celsius for wind chill, not good waterproofness, and a little bit less protection, but also more sprinting. So that's minus 10. No. Yeah, that's minus 10. This is minus 7. So the combat boots are better for that. The only thing the combat boots are not better at is warmth. They're a half Celsius worse, but they're also a half kilogram lighter or heavier. You know what? I don't know if this is big brain play or something, but because we're going to go up into Timberwolf next, Damien, I think I'm actually going to take the trail boots. Just because they are the lightest out of the 3 pieces of boot that I have right now. And we just found really good warmth and wind chill in the coat and the parka. So I think the 1 kilogram that we can take back with us once we come back from Timberwolf Mountain is going to be worth more than 1 Celsius of warmth and the protection. So let's wear these for now, actually. Okay, so you need to not get boiled dry. You can boil, pick you up because we are going to take you with, and we can even speed this up. Okay, and take the can. So let's actually take a quick inventory. So first order of business.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Is drop the sapling, drop the rabbit pelt, and drop the gut. By the time we come back here, I think the sapling and the gut will be cured and we can make a bow from it. The scrap metal we keep, we can make crampons tomorrow on the way back to, basically on the way north. But we have a bunch of stuff that we don't need. For example, and we can put that all in one of these lockers. For example, we do not need so much antiseptic. In fact, how much old man's beard do we have? We have 5, which is not quite enough for 2 poultices, but it's almost enough for 2, which is close enough that I feel confident leaving the antiseptic here. I don't think we need 4 water. We don't need much water. Actually, we probably don't need any water purification tablets. And let's see. Okay, so this is going to be the junk locker. Surely we don't need so many of these pieces of clothing. For example, the jeans. For example, the sports vests. For example, the t-shirts and the extra toque. The wool socks. I think we'll break down the work boots because we do need 1 more cured leather for the crampons. We have the driving gloves and the boots that we can break down. Let's leave the combat boots here. It may be worth our trouble to use the combat boots once we come back and are heading south. But until then, let's leave them here because they're pretty heavy. And let's leave them somewhere else, not in the junk place. This can be our not trash locker. So we can do some matches, accelerant, some sticks, and maybe some more matches, and maybe even a book, and some tinder plugs. Medical, we don't have enough to drop really. Clothing, all of these are going to turn into cloth. We have 8 cloth. How much cloth do we really need right now? How much cloth? Well, let's see. We can do, so 1 thing to repair, 2 things for the climbing socks, 3 for the hoodie, 4 for the parka. That's probably going to take 2, so call that 5. Actually, call it 7, because we're probably going to have to repair it twice. Snow pants are fine. 8 for the wool mittens. And where's the military coat? Here. Military coat's fine. So we probably need minimum 8, but probably more like 12 for failures to repair. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's a good number of stuff to break down for later. We can leave some, definitely leave some water here. And probably also some food, just in case we don't have much when we come back. I'm not being particularly purposeful with the stuff that I'm dropping here. At least I'm not thinking about it too much. Sardines. You know, we can leave the venison here because it's heavy. Pork and beans. I think this is about as much food as we're probably going to want to have to head north. If we need to, we can do some fishing. We can also drop the jerry can here. And probably also the storm lantern. You know what? Where'd the jerry can go? There it is. No, I didn't mean to pick up the gut. Give me the jerry can. There. We can fill up the storm lantern and then drop the jerry can. And let's not forget to drop the gut here. Storm lantern. Actions, refuel. Because I don't think we have any use for the storm lantern going north to Timberwolf. Well, I suppose it's possible that there are a couple of caves to go through to find some of the containers. But I also believe all of the containers that I would like to find, the easy ones, the ones that aren't at the top of the mountain, I think I know how to get to them without going through caves. So let's actually drop this guy here too. It would be useful leaving Pleasant Valley, so it's good to have here. Okay, crowbar. I don't think we'll need that up in Timberwolf. But I also don't want to leave it behind, just because you never know when you'll need to pry something. We don't need so many recycled cans. We also don't need so many sewing kits. Fishing tackle is nice to have, because there is a fishing spot. Oh, you know what? The pry bar we might use to open up the fishing spot at Timberwolf. Because we could fish there, although it's hard to get enough calories to really stay for a long time with fish. But we could try it. Okay. Certainly, of course, there is no way in hell we'll be finding firearm before we leave Timberwolf Valley. At least not one that's going to be so dire that we need a cleaning kit. So we'll drop those here. Also some flares. Food's fine. Yeah, it's really the combat boots. Oh, you know what? We're putting the combat boots here, I remembered. Can you guys think of anything else worth dropping heading up to Timberwolf? You know, if I was braver, I'd drop the bedroll. I'm pretty sure we can manage without it. But at the same time, if we get caught out looking around for those containers in Timberwolf, it might be useful to have, so let's keep that. Okay, it's nap time. We are napping the hardest nap that has ever been napped. To the point where, lazy Sunday, we're going to wake up in the late afternoon. Ooh, you know what? The last time I ate iffy sardines, it actually gave me food poisoning. Do we have antibiotics? We do. So let's risk it. And crackers. Probably didn't need to eat all the crackers. But I suppose it's fine. Yeah, 0.01 kilograms of crackers left. That's what? 60 calories? That's 2 crackers. There's 2 crackers left in my pocket. And sleep for 12. We'll see how this thing counts up. It will be a learning experience. And drink. Finish the crackers. Certainly, no one has ever gotten sick from eating a chip. Okay, so we are pretty lightweight. 23 kilograms, so that's 7 kilograms that we can carry. And there's also a few things we can drop. We probably have something like, and also not only drop, also harvest. So we probably have about 10 kilograms free of carry weight that we can take up and down Timberwolf. That feels like a lot. And by the time we're leaving Timberwolf, we will also have well-fed. I hope. Okay. Half a day in the radio control hut. Let's leave and see if that resets. Do we still have half a day? We do still have half a day, so we don't need to stay there continuous, which is good to know. All right, next order of business is we head south, not south, we head down. We go back to the farmhouse and we use the farmhouse workbench to make our beautiful, fantastic, amazing, and incredibly attractive improvised crampons. We should be able to do that before it gets too dark to work in the basement. Actually, to that point, one, we need a little bit more of Old Beard. And this will give us 2 poultices. Certainly we won't need more than 2 poultices. We're not planning on getting attacked by a bear or a wolf, right? Right? And those guys are just flying somewhere. Okay, so we head down. We do need to harvest the work boots. So we harvest the work boots, we make the crampons. And then, if we still have the daylight, I think we directly start heading north. Or at least start heading to the gap that's in the northeastern part of the map. The road that goes up. So we'll hit up the road that goes up, and we can check for the prepper cache that is right underneath the rope to Timberwolf. With my luck, it'll be empty. It's been empty the past 2 or 3 times I've been there. But, you know, I can dream. I can dream of there being something there. If we get really desperate, we can look over for the cache that's a little bit to the west of the... What's the word I'm looking for? The airplane crash. There is a prepper cache there, sometimes at least. Last time I tried to find it, I couldn't find it though, but in principle, it's there. In spirit, it's there. Oh, you know what? I'm getting deja vu from the last time I walked down this way. We should take a slight detour if the wolves aren't there and check the rock hill that's by the farmhouse. Because who knows, maybe there's a flare gun or something. That is contingent on there being no wolves, though. Which is not always the best bet. What's that? Is that a rabbit? You know what? I really should have picked up a stone. Because if we're going to make a rabbit hat, we're going to need 2 more rabbits. And this would have been a pretty good time... Ooh, there is a stone there. I think? No, that's a stick. Oh, man. I wish there were some rocks around here. Because these rabbits would be really, really nice picks. You know, I'm so desperate for a rabbit skin hat that I think I might actually do a slight detour to try to find a rock or 2. Surely there couldn't be that much distance between us and a rock. I don't know, do any of you memorize rock spawns? Where's the nearest rock spawn? I need it desperately. I need it very desperately. No, that's too much of a detour. Too much of a detour. It's very sad. Yeah, there's some rocks by the snow. You know, I should have thought of that. I should have thought about looking on top of the snow for some rocks. Well, I suppose we can pick them up on the way back. It's not the worst. It's not the end of the world. Because really, we're going to need a workbench, I believe, to make the rabbit skin hat. And I don't think... I'm just thinking about the path. We have 1 pelt curing in the radio tower. And if we pick that pelt up, there's not really... Yeah. The next place that has a workbench from here is going to be in the upper dam. Or the lower dam, one of the 2. Probably the upper dam. And so there's no real loss. There's at least 6 days of waiting between us and leaving that workbench. So there's no loss in picking up those rabbits on the way back. Assuming, of course, that I can find a stone. My kingdom for a stone. So all I need to do is remember to get those rabbits, and this is a... Oh, come on, let me around. Well, I suppose it's not the end of the world. We just need to remember to get 2 of those rabbits on the way back to the radio hut. Okay, now, I did hear some awoos, I thought, but I don't hear them in this area. I should stop saying things like that. But I think this is where the entrance into the rocks is. Yeah, here. Alright, show me what you got. And you have... nothing useful. I suppose if I hadn't already found 4 wool toques, that could be useful. But, as the case happens to be, I've found 4 wool toques. We don't need more wool toques. Okay, yeah, there's nothing around here. There's absolutely nothing. Okay, so. Plan of the evening. We're probably going to spend the night at the farmhouse. And we'll line... Oh, hello. Jesus. Alright, you know what? I think Buddy is lost. Buddy is lost. He doesn't know where his doghouse is, so I guess we can lead him back to his doghouse. But as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, we'll make the crampons. That'll take probably 2 hours because we did find quality tools, which, as far as I know, the only use for them is making crampons. And I guess also repairing some things, but who has really ever seen a storm lantern break? I've never seen a storm lantern break. Alright, here's your house, buddy. There you go. It even has some dog food for you. And this is my house. This is the man house. So we make the crampons, and we do a bunch of harvesting. Well, first off, we have to harvest our shoes, because we are driving gloves and the shoes, because we need 2 cured leather. 2 cured leather. And the second cured leather is hopefully, yes, we could have gotten both of them from here. Oh well. Alright. Now it is dusk. It is very much dusk. But I think the normal crampon creating time is what, 4 hours? I think quality tools cuts that in half. Also, forgot there was a first aid kit here.
I think I can
Bandage and energy bar. Not really something we needed, but I'm not going to scoff at it. Alright, craft. Give me those crampons. With quality tools. Perfect. Come on, 1 hour. 1.5. 2 hours. Crampons acquired. Next order of business. Why would I use quality tools to make a hook? I mean, I can. But why? Okay, that's good. Fishing tip up. Takes scrap metal. It's not really, I suppose, the end of the world. Suspect this wouldn't be super useful for us. Okay, now I just need to... You know what? I think we already have enough matches that... Yeah. That we can be a little bit decadent. Yeah. I did not think I was staring at a wall just now. Okay, so let's go upstairs. Hopefully I can find the exit, which should be here. Yeah, this exit. Because this exit is outside, but it's also inside, and it's safe. And we should be able to do sewing later into the night out here than otherwise we would be able to. Okay, first order of business. I think repair you. 30%. We can do 2 repairs here. If we get them. Yeah, so 1 and 2. And that'll make this parka actually very strong. 92% if we can get this. Okay, so we got a 92% parka. Very nice. You're 85%, and surely, yeah, 1.5 hours. That's rough for a repair. We don't have anything better than the hoodie. 1 hour to repair a hoodie? Brother, you have better things to do with your time. Like repairing socks. 45 minutes for a sock repair. I wasn't expecting these things to be so rough. Surely like a 30-minute sock repair sounds reasonable, right? Ooh, the mittens. Yeah, 30-minute mitten repair. That's a good use of time.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
That's because something is sapping your energy, Mackenzie. Yeah, 70%. I'm not quite in the mood to spend the time or resources on the pants, because those are not so dire. We will do the toque, though. A 30-minute toque repair. You have to ask yourself, if toques are so good, why haven't they invented threes? All right, so water-wise, we're okay. Food-wise, I think we're also pretty okay. Yeah. Yeah, we should definitely be able to make it with this much food, at least all the way to the Mountaineer's hut. Definitely 100% will make it to the prepper cache by the rope. But I think the sodas are going to be... Yeah, the sodas are going to be doing some work here. And I forgot, we can't see, we do have a bedroll, which means we can sleep wherever we want. This should put us to something like not early afternoon, early morning. Lazy Saturday, wake up in the late morning, call Parnell just to see how he's snoring. Okay, that... We only slept for 6 hours, didn't we? That's convenient. So our water situation is even less dire. Even less dire. And also, let's remember to put the crampons on. Okay, is there anything that we need to do to leave behind here or to pick up? We can certainly pick up firewood on the way. And it's nice to have some left behind just in case. Yeah, we're fine here, fine here. Ditch the charcoal. Certainly we will never have the time to do some charcoals. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we are ready to head out. We'll just check this little shack here. We'll check the shack, then we'll check Dr. House. Guys, am I cursed? I might be cursed. But you know what? It's a curse with a silver lining. Because this reminds me, I should leave the quality tools behind. We don't need to carry those. Not anymore. And there's some stones. Alright. Drop you. Yeah, this is good. We'll pick up some stones in the off chance that we see some rabbits on the way. There are a couple places that might be possible, but for the path that I'm currently thinking, I think the chances are low. Probably. God, there's barely any wind, Mackenzie. Walk faster. You know what? I don't know if this is in the DLC, but they really should have added an accessory item that's like snow goggles or swimming goggles that would let you walk full speed into the wind. I would... You know what? I would not mind manually swapping between those and crampons if that was an option. Because good God, this is painful. We should be so much faster than this. We have like 10 kilograms free before we're even uncomfortably encumbered. Oh yeah, Dr. House is over here. More DLCs coming up and your mental wish list for goodies is getting longer and longer. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, they should have at least swimming goggles, right? Certainly, during the summer, people would go swimming on the coastal highway or Desolation Point. But also, certainly, there must be some people with, like, ski goggles, for example. Or maybe even one of those full ski masks. Okay, Gregory House, what is the diagnosis? Is it more Vicodin overdose?
That'll come in handy.
It is. Tinder plug. You know what? In our current situation, a tinder plug is not the worst find. Not the worst thing to grab. Now here's the question. Do we take a quick detour to the barn? I think we do. If only because there might be arrows in the targets behind. And that would be a good catch. If I can see it. Where the hell's the barn? That's the barn. Okay, that's the shack. That's the barn. And that's a wolf. A second wolf. We'll go around those guys. Yeah, so the two things I want to do. Three things? No, two things. One, do a quick round around the inside of the barn, the enterable one. Because you never know, maybe there's something nice like a hatchet. Two, I want to check behind the barn because there's that archery target. And, you know, I've actually seen throwing axe, throwing hatchet stuck in that target. I've also seen arrows stuck in that target. And we have the beginnings of a survival bow. Where is it? Somewhere up there. Up in the Radio Shack. And by the time we come back, if we could have 4 arrows, if we get 2 arrows behind this barn, and we can find 2 or 3 more that are in this target back here, that would be a really, really good start. Because it'll make getting food so much easier. So much easier once we can start dealing with wolves and bears and maybe even a moose. But that's all contingent on finding arrows, because we are, well, specifically finding arrowheads and maybe even some birch saplings. Because birch sapling wise, we don't have any curing right now. And those take what, 5 days? It's either 3 days or 5 days for the birch saplings. I can never remember which is which. You know what? I'm feeling so spicy. It's noon. I'm trying to estimate in my head whether or not we'll be able to get all the way to the mountaineering hut before dark. We can definitely get to the prepper cache underneath the rope before dark. So I think we can sprint a little bit. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. Just to check these outhouses. That is, houses outside of the regular barn. Not houses in which you might do certain ablative activities. Nothing in all of these hay bales, huh? So rude. Well, these ones are always a better chance of finding things. Show me what you got. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. I spoke too soon.
I could
Well,
use this.
more evidence that we are never finding a revolver. Okay. If I recall, I think this barn has a workbench in it too, but it's not like we need it.
This stuff will come in handy.
Don't need antiseptic. But that does remind me, we are going to need to, we're going to need to make that old man's beard wound dressing poultice. Yes, say that 5 times fast. Okay, firewood, don't need it. More firewood, don't need it. Now, the things I'm looking for, mainly. First order of business, hunting knife. Second order of business, Backer 3781. This is one of the one of the backers that's crazy. One of the one that's on like payout or something. I think it's like 3781 and 3782 or 3784. Those two guys are... Let's just say when they were making those notes, they were in an altered state of consciousness. All right, tons of flare shells. We keep finding flare shells. Always the flare maid, but never the flare. Nothing? Anything in the trunk? Simple tools. Don't need those. I can't even begin to think how long it would take. Let's say even if you were trying as hard as you could to use the condition on your simple tools and your quality tools, I can't even begin to think how long it would take to actually...
Excellent.
Hmm. Are we ever going to do any forging? No, we're not. We're also probably never going to make any ground acorns, which is, in my opinion, the real use for heavy hammers. But as I was musing, suppose you were trying to wear out simple tools and quality tools as fast as possible by using them. I wonder, what is the fastest you could do that? Through organic use, I feel like it would take an extremely long amount of time. So I can't imagine organically how long you'd have to take to use 3 of these things. We found 2 simple tools and 1 quality tools. Inorganically, I feel like it would still take a very long time if you were trying to do as much tool crafting as possible.
Nobody needs this anymore.
I think I'm already stuck on some of the broken geometry here. So let's just be a little... We do not need that. Yep. Let me out. Let me out. Okay, we don't need that sulfur. Because just like we're never going to do any forging, we are absolutely... Yes, there we go. We're absolutely never going to do any gunsmithing either. Alright, I think that's everything in here. I suppose we could take the cured leather, if only to repair our shoes. Alright, now we check out back. Actually, first, that looks like arrows. I think we're arrow lucky. Well, let's also check these tractors. I don't know, what kind of decadent farmer needs 2 entire tractors? This one doesn't look like it has anything. You know, I've really only ever found stuff in this tractor here reliably. Okay, but for now, let's start getting our ammo count up. Oh, you know what? It's all the things. Simple arrows, 3 of them, juicy, and a hatchet, juicy, and a broken arrow, juicy. Amazing. All right, we are in good shape. We are in such good shape, even though there are rocks over there, I'm not going to go hunt those rabbits. You know what? We really could though, couldn't we? Ooh, we have 5 kilograms free. Yeah, I think we should. We need 2 pelts, 2 guts for the hat. Actually, we could maybe... Let's see how many of these guys we can get. We can leave the gut and the pelts in the prepper cache to start curing. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Alright. Here we go, bud. I'm not going to say I'm sorry, because I'm probably going to miss. Wait, how close can I get? Can I sneak? Surely. Ah, buddy. I can't believe I missed. Okay, where did the rock go? I don't know. It's gone. It's like change under the couch. It's just gone. Okay. Right about here. You know what? I blame the mitten. I think the mitten has a different aiming zone. We're still making good time. We're definitely not going to make it over to the mountaineer's hut, though. Ready. I feel like it goes... I'm trying to use my thumb to aim, but it feels like it goes to a different place every time. Okay, so we're not going to make it to the mountaineer's hut. We can definitely still make it to the prepper cache. And that's really the main thing to do right now. Okay. 1. Two and 3. Okay, so can we possibly hit? Oh, I was robbed. I was robbed just then. It bounced off little buddy's face. Okay. And crunch. Okay, one more buddy. This might be tough. Aw, buddy. Absolutely highway robbery. Absolute highway robbery. Okay, where's the rock? Let's see, can we do it? Probably not. There we go, okay. And gotcha.
Something's gotta go.
That's the most rabbit I've hunted in a long time. Could you tell I was rusty? That looks like a moose rubbing. So let's be careful here. Okay, also we have many problems. We have 3 scent marks. I'm extremely confident that there are wolves in the direction we're going, and that's a bear. No. Is that a bear? Or is that a tree stump? Is it a bear? That looks like a bear. It has paws like a bear. It is a bear. Okay, that's a bear. This might actually be very good news, because I was quite worried about there being wolves in this birch forest here, but the bear might actually be zoning the wolves out. So let's go through. Let's go through and make sure we pick up at least a few birches along the way, because you never know when you'll get nibbled on. Ideally 4 birches. Okay, so 1 birch, 2 birch, 3 birch, 2 birch, 3 birch. Okay, we'll get 6. 6 birches. That should give us 3 prepared birches. Surely that's enough. I think that's 7, but it's certainly 6. Okay, I hear the wolves behind us awooing. I believe this is the direction to the road. I think. Oh, hello, what are you? Could you possibly be tiny little birch saplings in a birch forest? This is good. We already have 1 broken arrowhead. I suspect there might be at least a couple more at the mountaineering hut. But these guys, and we don't even need all of them, because it's 3 not arrowheads, it's 3 arrow shafts per sapling. I think we don't need... Yeah, that's 9 shafts. Certainly that's more than we need. So we'll leave that one behind just in case. Who knows when we'll need to find it. We actually don't have any weapons. Okay, yes. Now I recognize that burnt out house. Which means the road is in that direction. And a few marshmallow plants also wouldn't go amiss, because those are an excellent way to get tinder. But I don't see any around here, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but okay. We should still have... We have sticks and we have newspaper. And this is just some reclaimed wood. Garbage loot spawn. Another maple sapling. We already have a maple sapling on the way. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about these two. And that's a wolf. So, we need to find some way around this guy. I think we have to hope that going to the right is sufficiently wolf-free. But I also have a very strong suspicion that it's not. Okay. This is not the most fantastic situation to be in. Let's see. If we go around to the right, there is enough space to run around if we need to. I don't think there's anything that will really stop us from moving and running away, or walking away as the case may be. But there might also be more wolf in that direction. But as they say, a wolf in the bush is worth 2 in the hand. Because there's definitely a wolf that will smell us over to the left. There's a chance that we'll go by it on the right. And so painful. Please give me goggles. Or at least let me close my eyes and just walk at normal speed. I don't mind. I do it at night long enough that it wouldn't be anything new. It's not even windy anymore. Why are you walking so slowly, Mackenzie? There we go. Kind of, but not really. You know what? I suppose we should get a flare ready. And let's just take a healthy detour. The wind is blowing towards those wolves' direction, so I'm a little bit worried about them coming through that pass before we get past it. Definitely not my favorite situation to be in, because again, we found all the ammo, we found all the cleaning kits, but we don't have a gun. We don't have a gun. Or a hunting knife for that matter, which is something to remember. Okay, are we going to get jump scared? It seems like not. Where's the road? There's the road. Okay. Is that the road? That is the road. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I think... Let's not worry about that burnt out house. I think we just go. If he's hunting us, he's hunting us. At this point... Yeah, if we sprint a little bit, we should be far enough past that even if he starts hunting us, we'll be fine. Yeah, this is good. This is probably okay. And you know what? Unlike the last time we came this way, we found one of the infinite number of pry bars. And those infinite pry bars, we can use them at the point of disagreement. Oh, I was wrong about the turn. I thought that was the... I thought this turn with this hill was back there behind that rock. This is where the wolf would come out of. So this is the place we want to be sprinting past, not the other place. My error. My error. And I hope you guys don't forget to hydrate. Delicious, refreshing hydrogen dioxide. You're not doing a lot of things right, but absolutely on top of hydration. Yep. Sounds about right. One of the few things we can really control in our lives. Which surprisingly regulates more than you would think. It definitely helps out the kidneys. Maybe the liver too, but I think mostly the kidneys. Okay, you know what? I don't think we're going to have any problems heading all the way to the climbing zone. I don't remember the last time I've seen wolves anywhere around here, even to the point of disagreement. You know what? Maybe we even take that detour. The last time we came up this way, we took a detour. There's a hunting blind that's not too far out of the way. What do you think the odds are that a hunter left his rifle behind? Pretty high, right? I think, doesn't Canada have a law that you can't store a hunting rifle in your house? You have to leave the hunting rifle where you use the hunting rifle, for example, at a range or a hunting blind. Shrug? Shrug? Sounds like a good idea. If not, they should pass that law. What if you use it to protect your house from a wild moose? Well, that's the thing. In Canada, you can't use a rifle for self-defense. Don't quote me on that. I don't actually know Canadian self-defense laws, but
Could end up being useful.
windbreaker. That is definitely not as good as our parkas. Even if it's super good, marine flare will take that. Even if it's super good against the wind. You know what? This thing is probably only as good as the military coat against the wind. This thing probably goes up to 3C. So we'll drop it.
That'll come in.
Cowichan sweater. This, 88%, that is good condition. And that is an upgrade over our worn hoodie. So you know what? Ditch the hoodie. Because Cowichan sweaters are in. It's Cowichan sweater season. The wool toque, 86%. Is that better than our wool toque? It's literally exactly as good as our current wool toque. How rude. How rude. Nothing in the front seat. What about the glove box? But I think it's actually England where even if you have something like, you know, you're a hunter and you have a shotgun or something, I think the situations where you are able to use it in defense of your own life are extremely, extremely narrow and possibly to the point of being non-existent. But again, it's not like I'm a barrister, so don't quote me on that. It's just my my impression from what I've heard and seen.
There's got to be something useful in here.
A revolver cartridge. Might be useful, might not. Time will tell. Alright, frozen corpse. Got nothing. Yeah, short detour. Short detour over to the left. Actually, for two reasons. One, because I can never actually remember exactly where the climbing zone is. And two, if we go to the left and we find the hunting blind, we know for sure that the climbing zone is farther past to the east. Thinking about it, you've never heard a story about someone in Germany using a gun or rifle in self-defense except law enforcement. Yeah. Although a big part of that might simply be because if you don't have something, how are you going to use it in self-defense, right? It's like, if you don't have I think the climbing zone is over there. If you don't have a pool, how are you going to drown in it? But yeah, I want to say, does Germany have also laws where you can only store a weapon that you own, for example, at a gun club that you're registered as a member of? That's one of the more popular laws in, say, Australia or European countries that have such things. Okay, more birch saplings. It's like a small class of birch saplings, but we're carrying enough already that we don't need to cut those down in their prime. I also have the impression that you guys have generally a better police presence and perhaps less crime, broadly speaking, than you would see in the US. So even if people had guns on them, much less opportunity to do anything with it. Rifle cartridge. And nothing else worth mentioning. Allowed to store small guns in homes and safes with a license. Yeah. Yeah, the safe storage laws are pretty popular. Pretty popular with people who enjoy passing such things. Okay, so we got rabbits. I suppose we could have done some hunting here for rabbits if we needed to. But currently we do not need to. Let's see if we have a prepper cache. There's also a burnt out house. You know, that burnt out house might actually have another cooking pot in it. We'll check the house, then we'll check the prepper cache. Diddly. Yeah, tons of firewood. We don't need any of it though. Another birch sapling. It is just showering us with saplings. Not that I'm complaining, but this is the one situation where we don't need them all. Okay, what have we got? A cup of coffee.
Use this later.
More revolver ammunition. I'm getting more and more confident that we're never going to find a gun. We can make coffee later. Let's leave that here for now. Chips and a baseball cap. More firewood. So there's tons of firewood here. But for now, it's almost dusk. You know what? If we dropped the rabbit and headed up immediately, it would be close. We might be able to get up the rope. Ooh, but you know what? I don't like climbing ropes, even one that short, with this little fatigue. We would probably be pretty much out of fatigue by the time we got to the top.
I wonder if I can drop any of
So,
this gear.
ooh, hello. And this is not an empty cache for once. Okay. Let's see what we can find. Another hacksaw. Close to the other bunker. I suspect the other bunker, if I was to guess, is... There was another shelf that looked like it was like a rock shelf. That looked like it was accessible above the hunting blind. If I was to guess, I would guess the other cache was there. But for now, because we want to travel as light as possible. Behind the tip. Yeah, you know what? I know where that one is. I don't know if the prepper cache is always or only sometimes spawn. I know for sure sometimes they're empty. But in the we're running from a bear challenge, a hunted challenge, I did actually look for, yeah, I looked for that cache. I couldn't find it there. But I do know where it is. It's a little bit out of the way. And I think we're going to have a bunch of good stuff already. If I can stumble around in the dark here and find things like a book. But because we're going to have so much good stuff, I suspect by the time we come back from Timberwolf, we might not even need to look there. Okay, is there anything on the workbench? A storm lantern.
Use this.
We can use it, if only to make sure we don't miss anything here. But I think this storm lantern is going to be completely useless for us after using it to look around in here. Sewing kit, balaclava. That, I believe, is an upgrade, barely, but an upgrade over the wool toque. Some call it a balaclava, but those in the know call it a balaclava. Who keeps 2 storm lanterns? And we don't need those boots.
Starting to weigh me down.
We do not need those boots one bit. Okay, show me something good. Anything in here? No. And I feel like there should be another vent back here, but I don't think we can get to it behind this, whatever it is. Okay, anything under that we've not seen? No, nothing. Anything behind here? No. Under here? No. In here? No. Okay. I think we've gotten everything there is to get from in here. So let's... Actually, yeah, there's a workbench here. So you know what? If we harvest these rabbits, by the time we come back, they might already be cured. And we can use that workbench directly to make the hat. So, for starters, let's harvest them. With probably the hatchet, I guess? 5 hours, an hour and 20. You know what? 40 minutes, an hour, 45 minutes. So the hide is actually longer for the hatchet than barehanded. The gut. Okay, the gut is pretty short with the hatchet. I guess that makes a lot of sense. The meat is just as fast as with the hacksaw and the hatchet. We've got a bunch of extra hacksaw, so let's use the hacksaw for this. We'll hacksaw the meat. We will hatchet the gut, and then we'll just use our bare hands and rip off the hide. Harvest. Hacksaw. And let's think. Do we even want to bother cooking this meat yet? I think we can... The meat should be light enough. Yeah, take the best quality hacksaw in case it doesn't spawn in the cabin. Yeah, I think so. I'm wondering, you know what? I think there's enough stuff that we can drop. We might be able to take both hacksaws up. And then we can probably drop both hacksaws up there. Because I don't actually know... Any other use of the hacksaw would probably be... It would probably really be just breaking down things for scrap metal. And I don't think we have any reason to break anything else down for scrap metal. And also, I think the hacksaws are like, yeah, they're almost exactly the same condition. Okay, so we had the meat. Now we use the hatchet for guts, because that is sufficiently horrific. Hatchet. Yeah, exactly. So basically, I think we take the 2 hacksaws up with us. We'll open up all the plane storage crates that we can easily get to. I don't think we're going to go all the way up to the summit, but there's at least a handful scattered around. I have a vague recollection of where at least some of them are. And we can pick those up. You and not hide, gut, hatchet. And once we're done with those, we can drop the hacksaws back at the cabin before we leave Timberwolf. And that means we can, what was the word? That means we can just have more stuff to come back. Do I have the cougar turned on? I have no idea. I'm going to say probably not, because I've never seen a cougar. It might be a DLC thing that I don't know about. But I was under the impression that all of these challenges have some sort of default settings. Yeah, so then we don't have to worry about the cougar. Luckily. Because this is vanilla as the ice cream that I have in my freezer. Which is probably for the best. Because I feel like
I feel so tired.
I feel like it would be some kind of cannibalism to eat some cougar. Okay, rip this skin off. And we can, first off, let's drop all of these saps, all of these pelts, all these guts. By the time we come back, those will be probably ready to make a hat from. And then what else can we drop? We can definitely drop both storm lanterns. No, I left one storm lantern, we can drop the other. I suspect we won't be making any torches, so no lantern fuel. What else? This is probably okay. I don't think we'll need any cured leather. And clothing, yeah. Cougar guards one of the crates. Okay, that is good to know. Because it would be bad to run into a cougar right now because we have nothing to deal with it. Oh my god, we have so many hats. I guess the balaclava is interior only? Where's the balaclava? There it is. Okay, so balaclava is probably 2 Celsius, 1.5 Celsius, 30, 3, and 0. Cotton toque, 2 Celsius, 1... Okay, so the balaclava is better than the cotton toque on... Yeah, on wind resistance. So we'll wear that, and eventually we'll repair it. But we don't have to do that now. Now, we're going to drop some of this clothing, because we don't need this much. And we also especially don't need the hoodie. Where's the hoodie? Did we drop the hoodie or did we rip it up already? I do not know. Oh, hold on. Plaid shirt or sweatshirt? I think sweatshirt. So we drop the plaid shirt. This is the wrong tab. Where is it? There. Drop. Okay, we have 3 cloth, 4 cloth for the after harvesting, 5 cloth, and surely there's going to be some more clothing up there. We don't have so much that we need cloth to repair. Maybe 1, 2, 3. Probably only need about 3 cloth to repair things. Bandage-wise, we're definitely okay with 4. But we still need to drop 2 kilograms of weight. We can drop a can. That'll get us started. Oh, and there's also a bunch of this rabbit meat. Which, it's heavy. I think we can leave it outside here for the way back. Maybe we'll need it on the way back. But I think for now, we leave it here. Let's eat and drink before we fall asleep so we don't accidentally dehydrate to death. Okay, so I was going to drop something. Right. The extra recycled can. And where's the bed? This is always the hardest thing, finding the bed in this place. Somewhere back here, right? Back into the right, I think. Where's the bed? There it is. Okay. A nice quick 12-hour sleep. Very healthy. Okay, so let's have some soda. Put the cola in the slot. You guys ever play Left 4 Dead 2? Such a funny mission. And food-wise, I think we're okay. And in fact, we're almost fine to just go up directly. But I think it's still probably a good idea to drop... Yeah, I think we're still going to drop all the meat here. Okay, let's go. This is possibly the most rested I've ever been going up one of these ropes. So I guess we can see exactly how much fatigue we lose. Okay, nothing on the ledge, except for some firewood. Oh, that was not much at all. That was what, like, what would you call that, a fifth? 20% of the fatigue? Not bad. Okay. So, just in case something crazy happens, let's have some sticks so we can light a fire and pull some torches if we need to. But based on my recollection, there are 1 or 2 crates. If we were to turn left and go up that mountaineering rope, there are 1 or 2 crates up there. There's also possibly a bear. I believe straight out the entrance, out the valley, a little bit past the landing gear, there might be another crate up on a rock up there. There's, I think, a couple other crates on the hills north of the pond. And there are a couple of crates in that deep, low valley underneath the Echo Valley. Oh, and I also think there's a crate or 2, I might be misremembering, but I think there's a crate or 2 by a wing section in the clearing, in the field that is to the, what is it? It's above Echo Valley. So right now I'm debating, do we turn left and go up the rope to check for those crates first? 10 crates around Timberwolf and 10 in the plain. So just thinking about it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I might know where 8 or 9 around are. And of course the 10 in the plain are just going to be in the plain. One of them, one of the crates, which is all the way up all the climbing ropes in the north, that one I think is going to be too far around to be worth the trouble. Because at that point, we're practically at the summit. There's a handful of crates in these lowlands that we don't need to go up or down any climbing ropes to get to. Those are the ones that I think we're definitely going to check out. There are 1 or 2 up the climbing rope to the left that I'm really debating. It's only noon. I think we go up and check those first. I do think we go and check those first. So let's go left. And we might even be able to see the crate that's on the hill that I was talking about from here. But I don't quite remember. Is that it? No, that's just a rock. Yeah, let's go up here. You know, if we go up this way, this leads towards Black Rock. Wait, hold on. That's definitely too steep to go up. I think we go this way. Yeah, this is probably too steep. We can go this way and then turn left. Yes, this is looking familiar. If we're lucky, so two things. One, the mountaineering rope over here might not even be deployed. Two, if we're lucky, the mountaineering rope that goes basically to the shortcut, not shortcut, basically the first way you have to go to get to the summit, if that mountain... Here's an awoo to the left. There may be a second mountaineering rope deployed somewhere to the north, basically above the thing I want to climb up right now. If that's deployed, what we can do is we can take a peek up there, because I'm sure there's another crate up in that direction. But is there a bear? Okay, this isn't exactly where I was expecting to get spit out. But that's okay, we can just follow this river to the climbing spot. And it also lets us go around the wolf. It's probably right on the other side of that rock. So we'll check up here, and then we'll head basically downhill. We should be able to get to the cabin by the time we need to sleep. Yeah, I think... Where's the climbing rock? It should be right over here. Somewhere on the cliff in front of us. But I don't see it. Let me just check over to this right bit real quick, because you never know. Maybe I've forgotten something in here. Okay, nothing. Yeah, that's just a tree limb. So let's see, where is our rope? Or maybe the better question is our rope? There it is. Now the second question, is our bear? Because I did see a bear here when I first came. But I don't see a bear here now. Aha, marshmallows. Don't mind if I do. I don't mind if I do. And I don't mind if I do. Fastest food and tinder in the West. Okay, anything hiding in the corner here? And no, very nice. So let's head up. We may need to take a quick nap to get down, but it shouldn't be too bad. It depends on how much stuff we find up here to pick up. And also how many wolves chase us. Oh, you know what? I'm remembering now, I want to say 2 crates somewhere over here to the left. I was only counting on the crate over to the right by the fuselage or whatever it was. Let's skew right, because I think if there's a wolf, he'll be somewhere over to the left here. And if we go right, we'll see him before he sees us. There he is. Okay, so yeah, please keep going that way. And don't turn around. Let's check the low crate first, and then we can check the high one later. Yeah, don't turn around, buddy. Yeah, over that little hill there, I believe are 2 more crates. There may be more crates down here, I don't remember. But there is whatever this is. This big fat engine compartment. And there is a crate. Okay, off to a good start. No, that's not a crate. Not off to a good start. Does anyone else hear that vibrating? It sounds like the deep, deep breathing of something. No, it must have been nothing. Well, we're already here. I feel like going up there and checking that body might be worth the trouble. Because we're already probably going to need to take a nap. so we might as well take a nap in style. It is only very early afternoon. There's also a vista up here. Of course, no Polaroid means we can't use it, but, you know, I can dream. Man, the first time I came up here during survival, it was one of the first places I went to in Timberwolf Mountain. And looking at it, it is just completely obvious that this place is a vista. You know, not here, it's like a rock somewhere over there. But it's so obvious that this is a vista. And I was saying to myself at the time, there's no way it's not a vista. Aha, thing knife.
I could use this.
Finally. Okay, that was a good catch. Also well fed. It doesn't rain but pours. But I was running around here trying to find, show me a vista, show me a vista, show me a vista. I think it's like on this, no, it's not on this rock, it's on the rock over here. I was so mad because I did so many charcoals up here just to hope that it would give it to me. But of course it never did. It's probably over here. Vista location. Vista location. Vista location. No Polaroid, no dice. I hope we're not stuck. Okay, no. Okay, now for realsies. For realsies, let's go and check those 2 cargo containers. Actually, you know what? I think we take a quick nap. Yeah, let's take a quick nap somewhere that, in case this fog gets even worse, we can find our way down. Oh, you know what? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Take the phone, place it in the palm of your hand, and hold it. I want to say, somewhere over in that direction, near those oak trees, those gnarly little brown guys, overlooking the pond, I think there's a dead person there. And I think the last time I went over there, he had a revolver on him. Let's put a pin in that. We'll check that on the way back. Assuming, of course, a blizzard doesn't roll in. Which is, well, who knows. But I think we'll definitely check that. We might get lucky. Ooh, a tiny little cave. Got anything good in here? Or is it just firewood? It is just firewood. Okay, so let's get eyes on this cave. If it starts blizzarding, we are going to have to probably take a longer nap in this cave over here. I just want to get close enough before I take this quick nap that we can get to it if we need to. Yeah, okay, cave is there. That's not so steep it's dangerous. That wasn't a wolf, was it? No. Okay. Nap time. 2-hour nap time. Fingers crossed, no tiny little teeth knives. And... okay, nice. No tiny little teeth knives. Yeah, wolf is over there. To go down steep inclines, crouch. That is a really good idea. I'm always worried about accidentally running too fast and it bumping me, you know, into the sky because of however it deals with the geometry. I never thought about crouching to go down an incline. That is a really good idea, Damien. I think we might have to do that in the future. Okay, let's just go a little bit fast. Because there is a wolf on the other side of that rock. If he starts chasing us, we might be able to lure him over to that deer. And then maybe we scare him away and get some food, but that would be heavy. You can go straight down from the plane in Timberwolf using that trick with 0 sprains. Oh, that is just ridiculous. That is a very silly thing to be true. Another silly thing to be true is a blizzard. And I also thought that there were 2 containers here, but one is fine. Show me what you got. We start with
Could end up being useful.
clothes. We don't need most of these clothes. We'll check the parka. I'm pretty sure the old-fashioned... I should have taken the ear wrap. So we'll take the good stuff and check and see if it's worth repairing. And I guess also some mittens. The caves of Blackrock might have the red lantern next to you. I know where the cave is.
Wonder if this is any good to
And I suppose we could take the food. Not as good a haul as I was hoping for. Might have red lantern. I don't think we need a lantern though. So we should be okay. Let's just keep following this left here. Eventually there will be a cave. Yeah, the earmuffs are good. At least until we find a moosehide satchel. But that I'm not actually counting on finding. Because we're not going somewhere I would expect one to spawn. And I want to say the cave is over here. There it is. Gotta love being able to see the cave from a distance because of how they do the lighting. Okay. You know what? We can actually take this opportunity to do a whole bunch of... How, are we getting wet? We are very wet right now, actually. We cannot stay outside. Okay, it's pitch dark. But luckily, Mackenzie is good enough. How did the parka get wet? Luckily, Mackenzie is good enough that he can do sewing in the pitch dark. Okay, first order business. Let's toss on these muffs. Second order business. Let's decide if we have any upgrades, which is probably going to be between... We already have an old-fashioned parka, so old-fashioned parka versus simple parka. All right. So this simple parka is 65%. Based on that, 65%, I would estimate that it does probably 2 Celsius warmth, 2 Celsius wind chill. Compare that to our old-fashioned parka does 3 Celsius warmth, 3 Celsius wind chill. The only upside to the old-fashioned parka, and the military coat as well, is that, well, I reversed that. The simple parka is lightweight. The old-fashioned parka is heavy. Military coat, 2 kilograms for... pretty good. I think we like the military coat more than we like the old-fashioned parka. Yeah, 3 Celsius here. I think the water, the wetness, is messing up the calculations here, so I don't trust these numbers. I think the windproofness of the military coat is better, or at least as good as the old-fashioned parka. Diddly. Yeah, if we put 2 simple parkas on, we would have 1.5 kilograms less total carry weight. But I don't think it's worth it. I don't think losing, what would that be, like 2 Celsius or something for each? I don't think that would be worth... 2 Celsius versus 3 Celsius, 3 Celsius. No, I don't think that's worth it. So, let's drop these guys for now. And probably also drop this. Because we don't want 2 old-fashioned parkas. I think the military coat is better than the old-fashioned. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. So we'll drop this. And what can we repair? We can repair our sweatshirt. Yes. We can repair the sweatshirt. We can repair the earmuffs. I don't think there's... Ooh, also the balaclava. I don't think there's a lot else that we need to repair, really. But we should rip up some things to have some extra cloth. I still hear the blizzard outside. Work pants? No, we don't need to repair the pants. Don't need. Yeah, I think we're... Well, trail boots. I guess I dropped all the cured leather, didn't I? The trail boots are mostly fine, anyway. Okay. Can we take a moment to recognize that I think that's 8 successful repairs in a row. I don't think we failed a repair yet on this run. So it's 70% probability each. I think we're, even if we fail now, I think we're really, really lucky on repairs so far. Okay, surely no one has gotten sick from a ketchup chip. Or another ketchup chip. Or a third ketchup chip? Who could believe that there would be such decadence? Okay, you know, the food is a nice touch. I'm trying to estimate, can we just stay the entire 3 days with this much food? I think the answer is a hard maybe, but it might be close. For now, I think we just do a little bit of staggered napping and wait until this blizzard goes away. It sounds like it might have gone away. It doesn't sound like it went away. Two more hours. Even if we wake up at midnight. As long as it's not super foggy and super dark, I'm okay with stumbling my way first over to that... I don't hear wind, do you? Let's back up instead of turning around, because we can barely see the stuff on the ground here. Interesting. So surely it can't be that foggy outside. Surely. Okay, this is... I was hoping for better visibility. But I guess we can handle this. So let's go down and see if I can stumble my way over to that body that should be above the lake. And see if he's got a revolver on him. A little bit worried about where that wolf ended up. Is that him? No, I don't think so. Because with this kind of dark green fog night, it's very hard for me to see what the hell's going on. Very hard. I believe our climbing rock is somewhere over here. But I think it might also be tucked away somewhere that is not easy to see. Is this it? This is not it. Is this it? This is not it. Is this it? This is it. Okay, found it. All right, first order business. Let's do a quick survey for the bear. Don't see anything. It's going to be pretty easy for me to get lost right now. I think what we do is we follow the river. We follow the river for a ways, and then eventually, before we hit the lake, we turn left. That should bring us into the hills. There was that little valley over past that oak tree, but I get the feeling that I'd have a higher chance of getting lost if I went that way. So let's not, shall we? Man, I don't even know if you guys can see anything other than the snow. But it is just, everything is dark and green for me. Okay, that looks like that little overhang that we can go under. delicious hydration. The highest of duration. There is no duration above it. I'm wondering if that big pack on the pond is there already. Oh, surely the wind isn't picking up to become a blizzard, is it? Surely not. That sounds like one of the things that's impossible. Nope, the wind really is picking up. Which I do not like. And of course it's a blizzard. And of course the wind is blowing from exactly the direction we want to be going. I think those trees are where we want to go. Typical. Absolutely typical. My kingdom for a set of ski goggles. Because this is brutal. I don't know how the game always chooses to blow directly in my face. Every single time. Every single time. It's uncanny. It's about midnight. I suppose it's a little bit too late for a crow to caw. But I'm feeling good about going this direction. If we're lucky, we might even be in the place where there's a couple of containers. But that might be over to the right. I don't actually remember. I know somewhere on these hills there's more container. The only question is it these hills? And let's please sprint so we can not break an ankle. Tried to do a 9-bunker speedrun and you got... I think Mother Nature must hate you, Damien. If you just got blizzard after blizzard after blizzard... No, Mother Nature was channeling her inner DJ Khalid. Another one. Another one. Another one. Okay. Surely up here must be what I was looking for. Surely. Where's our dude? It occurs to me, maybe it's possible for the dude to not always spawn in the same place. Running through blizzards at night is not fun. I agree with that. I agree with that statement. I think our dude is down there, but I want to check over here to see if is there anything square over there? I don't think so. Unless... It's hard to tell, but I didn't see anything square over there, I don't think. Okay, so here are all of our oak trees. Yes, these are what I was looking for. These are exactly what I was looking for. And the last time I went looking for the dude on the hill here, I found these containers as well. So this is great. Even if we don't find the guy with the revolver, I'm happy with this. But who knows, maybe we'll also... Oh, buddy! Why you gotta... Yeah. Get out of here. Shoo fly. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Don't bother me because can I walk up on these? Can I go somewhere that you can't follow? And confuse your pathing? Oh my god, I'm a god at this game. Well, I thought I lost him. Wait, does he have a friend? No. Well, while he's over there, I guess we can multitask. Alright, show me, give me a rifle. Can opener, sewing kit, fire striker. Okay, not the worst. Oh. But it could have been more useful. Did you find a stone? I did find a stone, but I think I might have thrown them all. Okay, and this is just going to be a whole bunch of clothing that we don't need. Okay, let's see. Do we have a stone? S is for stone. We have 0 stones. Not a single stone in all the land. I wonder, can we sneak behind him while he's not looking? He'll never expect this. He'll never expect this. No, give me a rifle. No, that's water. Don't need any of that water. Okay, he's sort of sharking around there. I don't think he's seen us again, but he will soon. Ooh, why do I feel like he's coming towards us? And that's just a whole bunch of food. Now we will pick up all that food. Oh, okay, so he really did lose track of us. I'm kind of sad that I stood up. Okay, so what was that? That was water and food. I think we can maybe take all of that. Alright, come on. Give it to me.
Too heavy.
I don't care how heavy it is. Alright. We're sneaking so he can't see us. Never mind the flare. That makes sense, right? This makes sense to you. Okay, is he going away or is he going towards? I think he's kind of going towards it. As long as we can get a little bit behind him, I can stand up and run. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Scot-free. It's free. It's practically free real estate. Alright. I think that's a climbing spot. Does it have a rope? It looks like it has a rope. We could go down there. But if we don't have to, I would like to not, on account of we are quite over-encumbered right now. I think we could drop a bunch of the water, but I also think we can walk around here and get to the same place. We also haven't found that guy with the possible revolver. I think he might have been somewhere back there. You know what? He might have been on that hill to the right, out of the river. Because I feel like we'd have found him by now. And that... No. No dice. Okay, current plan. We go back to the river. We check the other hillside. And then we head down to the hut. If we can keep all this food and water on us, I don't think we even need to leave the hut. Isn't there supposed to be a bear over here, keeping that wolf away? Where's the bear? I think this is his little house. Do we have a bear? No bear. Don't litter. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay, I think we're past the wolf. And of course, this is probably the valley. Would have been an easy way to get here. But I really do want to find that guy. The last place I'd think to look would be the... I guess we could... Getting a couple of reishi wouldn't be the end of the world. I think it takes 3, doesn't it? And of course this thing only has 2. Yeah, let's check that hilltop for the dude, and then we can go around to the cabin. Going around this way to the cabin is also going to let us avoid the wolf pack that's on the northern side of the lake that I usually see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Safe. Safe from a broken ankle. I probably should have checked for marshmallows, but it's a little bit dark for that. Oh man, I cannot believe that abusing the wolf's pathing worked like that. I cannot believe it. Alright, surely there's a dude up here. He ran up here, he had a revolver. Let's not leap off of this. Is he up here? No, is he over? He must be over here. This, I'm getting a vague sense of deja vu. I think we're going in the right direction. And we can also, no, we already have, I was thinking about old man's beard lichen. I think we already have enough. I keep forgetting to make poultice. Alright, show me what you got. Is this our dude? Okay, it's a deer. I was hoping for something else. Do we have a dude? Surely there's a dude somewhere up here who shot the deer with his revolver, and that's why the deer died. Surely. I don't think we lucked out. I do not think we got lucky. So, how much meat? 1.2 kilos? 25 minutes? It's kind of rough because it's completely frozen. We have snow pants. Do we care to get this deer's hide? And perhaps start working on deer pants. D is for deer. 3 deer hides. And 12.5 hours. I don't think we need this quite so desperately. No, I think we'll give the deer pants a skip. And we'll just try to find our way down from here. Okay, this kind of looks walkable. As long as I don't stay on the steep for too long. 1, 2, 3, I'm zigzagging. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, made it. And I want to say, oh no, I recognize this little pond. The cabin's right there. Okay. No, this isn't a pond. This is a pond. I recognize it. There should be, isn't there a backpack here? I think there's a backpack here. On the ground or something. Let's see. Cattail. Never miss a cattail. If I was a backpack, where would I be? I would be maybe in the snow? No, I think it's too dark to see. So let's just go to the cabin. But yeah, vis-a-vis Gecko's recent comment, I really think the game should let you throw a lot more things than it lets you throw. Like, you should be able to throw soup. You should be able to throw anything. And actually, think about how useful it could be if you could throw some of the things you drop as lures. Like a raw piece of meat. Just to get it a little bit farther away from your trail. When you're distracting an animal. Okay. Home sweet home. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, it is here, right? But for whatever reason, the dock doesn't point towards it. Okay. First order of business, drink. Second order of business, nap. Third order of business, wake up during the day and check for simple arrows. Forward and kind of... There we go. Where is our beautiful, delicious, yummy water? Yeah, 6 liters? You know what? We probably found enough bottled water to just chill here the whole time. And 9 hours sleep. Okay. First off, only 1 arrow. And it's only 41%. Seems kind of... It seems kind of stingy. Get the flare. Climber's journal, yada yada yada. We know what that says. Hunting knife.
What I need.
We don't need another. I'll take the fishing tackle. Okay, so there is another hacksaw here. Which we probably won't need. Let's pick up a bunch of stuff. Check a bunch of stuff. Cloth, book, spray paint. Accelerant. Tinder plug, firewood. And of course, storm lantern that we really do not need. Okay, anything under here? A ski jacket. Ooh, let's see what that's good for. Okay, so at 27%, 5C, 5C, 30%, 3, and -2. It probably goes up to 2 Celsius warmth, 2 Celsius windproof, 30% water, 3%, which it would be good for an outer layer, but even though it's light, even though it's half the weight of the military coat, I think we stick with the military coat. So unfortunate to say, but we dropped the ski jacket. Yeah, the military coat is 1 Celsius warmth and 1 Celsius wind worth 1 kilogram of carry weight? I'm actually beginning to second guess myself. 8 protection, -5 on running. Whereas this guy is 3 protection, -2 on running. I think if I was going to carry weight anywhere, it would be in the outer layers. I'm fine with that. Alright. So our pack is over there. I think what we do for now is we drop a bunch of stuff and we head over to check the 2 or 3 other easily accessible crates. It's noon. We're rested. We can be fed. Yeah. Let's put stuff in the hatch. For example, firewood, matches. Unfortunately, we did only find the 1 fire striker. I feel like I have a recollection of opening up one of those cargo crates and seeing something like 3 fire strikers. So we did get the short end of the stick there. Okay, we can drop a bunch of this airline food. Actually, just a bunch of food in general. Also, probably most of this water. Let's remember to cook the venison. And what else can we drop? Certainly, we don't need 2 hacksaws anymore. And of course, like an absolute not well-programmed game, the game always decides to use the high condition item. So there's no real point in carrying 2. Ever, really. What do we drop here? We want to drop a bunch of these sewing kits. 7 sewing kits to drop. Cleaning kit. Definitely don't need so many can openers. And what else? We're still very heavy. What is all of our mass in? Not a lot in fire starting, not a lot in medical. Still a decent amount here. Let's drop all of the clothes we're not carrying or wearing, because these are only good for repairs. And 3. Didn't take anything off, did we? No. Despite all that, we still haven't found more underwear. Okay. We'll take the matches. What else? Where's our mass? We do have a bunch of food, don't we? That's probably a lot more food than we need to be carrying around. This side. All the soups. Basically all the cans can go away. And I think 1 liter of water? 1 liter sounds like we might be pushing it, but I suppose we can always make more. We can always make additional water. Okay, we have 10 kilograms free and no climbing ropes to worry about. Let's do a quick check on the dock. Let's check the fishing cabinet. And maybe check that clearing over to the left. I don't think there's a container there, but there might be. And then we can head further to the right. There's definitely containers in that direction. Up. Ooh, what's this? No. Give me my marshmallow. Ah, like you said, never a bad idea to have a stone or two. Did you guys hear about the Canadian regulation where you have to keep all of your rifles in a fishing cabin? I think they passed that right before this game started. That sounds like a thing that happened, right? Alright, what have we got? Flare shell. We're really starting to stock up on flare shells. Food, firewood, cloth. We'll take the cloth. Newsprint, don't need it. Although I should check, how many tinder do we have? A bunch from all of our cattails. There's only 3 regular tinder. 5 if you count the newsprints. That should be okay. So let's just check quickly over this hill. There might be something, but probably just some deer. And then we can start heading around to that clearing that's underneath Echo Valley. And you know what? I keep forgetting to make the old man's beard lichen wound poultice. Talk about a tongue twister. Alright, deer, which means we should be safe. Of course, there could be a bear over in that field, so we do need to be careful walking there. Alright, show me what you got. You got nothing. If we follow this ridge, eventually it will lead to the bear cave. Actually, if we go down this valley here, it should lead to the broken wing section that I'm looking for. There's probably a wolf in the field. But we'll see. No scent marks. We should be fine going around him. And luckily, we're not going anywhere near the moose spots. Or at least the one moose spot that I know of. Okay. Now, there's the bear cave, there's the bear. Good to know that he's there. Which means we can avoid him. And somewhere over in this direction is the plain stuff that I'm looking for. The only downside would be if the bear decides he wants to go down into the valley. Because I also want to go down into the valley. But I don't want to go behind him. Yeah, there's, at the very least, that's at least a wooden crate. But I'm hoping it's a container. It's hard to tell from this distance. Also, I think there's a dude there. I'm not sure if it's a dude. It looks like a dude. It might be a deer. Is it just the one crow or is there another crow? Okay, it looks like we have it. It is a deer. But is it a deer with an arrow sticking out? It is not. There's our wolf. And we do have 2 containers here. And what have you got? Is that a revolver? No, that's a hacksaw. That would have been extremely convenient to find if I was still on my survival run. Okay. This is just a lot of drinkables. Let's go over here and just get our sneak on. Hopefully the wolf doesn't walk right up on us. The only thing... Okay, lantern, we'll take the... we don't need the lantern fuel. So much ammunition, but where's the revolver? Surely if the revolver ammunition is one compartment, the revolver must be in the other, right? Oh, man. We're gonna drop all that antiseptic. Okay, that's more than one wolf. I think there was one more thing here. Yeah. Come on. Give me something good. More food. You know, I suppose because we're going to be loitering in a bunch of different locations for a long time, finding airline food isn't actually the end of the world. Because it's very good for the calories. Or the calories are very good for the weight. I guess I won't cry about it. I will cry if this bear is right over one of these hills, though. Can we drop anything? We got a bunch of antiseptic that we don't need. What else can we drop? We'll drink all the sodas. Eventually that will get the weight down. And surely we're not going to use so much hacksaw that we run out by the time we get back to our 2 hacksaws in the mountaineers the mountaineers hut. Okay, but if I was a bear, I would be running somewhere other than the direction that I want to go. I would be running in my own direction. Okay, the bear's going that way, and we're going the other way. Fantastic. Absolutely great. So there is one entrance to Timberwolf that's right down here. I don't think there's anything near enough to that entrance for it to be worth even poking in. So let's just ignore that. Don't forget to hydrate. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And I guess we can check the guy in the cave with the laptop. I'm not anticipating there being anything worth getting there, but we might as well. Actually, as long as we're going here, do we check the Triskelion cave too? I think we might also check the Triskelion cave. It's a little bit of a walk out of our way. But there might be, I don't know, something in there. I know there's at least a camp. I think there's a campfire. Actually, let me tab out for the slightest of moments. When it comes to being slight, this moment is top tier for being slight. Okay. And now we continue. If I was to guess, you mentioned that one of these crates is defended by the cougar. I'm going to say it would be either the crates in this clearing up here, or kind of on the other side of Timberwolf Mountain. If you imagine the map as a clock, at the 11 o'clock position, there's another crate, I think. I would guess that to be the second location where the cougar might be. But it is pure speculation, simply based on map layout. and other things that are in the vicinity. Like, possibly a couple of wolves past there. But they're not always there, so we might get lucky. We may have the clearing to ourselves. But for now, this guy's got a laptop. Surely he's got some good games on his phone.
I could use this.
Nah. Nothing good on his phone. Here we have... looks like just some firewood. Yep. Nothing so handsome as to tempt me. Alright. Mid-afternoon. We'll walk through. We'll hit the Triskelion cave, and then we'll come back. We'll get the... there's at least 2 containers here. We'll get the 2 containers on the way back. Might get a weapon crate here. A girl can dream, Damien. A girl can dream. Okay, I also think we don't have any wolves. Which is great. So we can get those 2 containers. I guess there's one there and one there. We'll get those at our leisure. But I want to check the Triskelion cave first. It's not really... I only call it a Triskelion cave because it's got 3 entrances. Sort of in a Triskelion-like orientation. But it's really just a rock overhang that you can go under. That's quite expansive. And it's just a hop, skip, and a jump from here. But yeah, fingers crossed for a weapons crate. I got my hopes up. There was that crate with the lantern fuel and the revolver ammo. I thought, surely they must be following the law where you need your weapon and your ammunition in 2 separate locked compartments. Surely the next door compartment would have the weapon, but no. Apparently not. Apparently we're just going to get 52 rounds of revolver ammunition. The bunker is 100 feet behind the little Triskelion campfire. Bunker. Another arrow. I've never seen an arrow here with a deer. Up on the hill. I think I know where you're talking about, but I believe that's up a climbing rope. So let's give that one a miss. Let's just give that one a miss. I think I have a vague understanding of where you are. I think the 2 times I've been there, there hasn't been a bunker, though. Oh, if we can just walk it, then we might as well take a peek. If memory serves, the left exit goes to a climbing zone that's a shortcut to that's a shortcut to the cave that goes to Ash Canyon. Which means, by the process of elimination, the hill we're talking about must be over to the right here. We'll just take a quick peek, quick dip. Alright, what have we got? We have a torch.
Could end up being useful.
100% torch, might as well take it. More pry bars. The pry bars continue to haunt me. And, you know, we're going to be spending a bunch of time inside. We might as well pick up books.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, so basically take the exit and then hook a left. Can do. Let's just take a quick peek. Oh, you know what? I recognize this direction too. This is the usual way that I go to get up to the cave. Sometimes there's a wolf here. In this valley. And we probably want to just look around in this area. Yeah, up that guy. Yeah, I think... I've definitely been up that hill. I don't remember if I saw a bunker there. But it's free to check. So let's just take a quick peek. At the very least, it's got an overview. I want to say it has an overview of the ramp that goes down into Echo, because I want to check that. I want to check to see if the bear is going down towards that valley. Okay, this is feeling promising. Somewhere up here. We'll find it. Yeah, where is the thing that goes down to Echo? Let's check up here. Can we walk? Yes. Okay, check for the bear. Okay, no bear. And that is looking a heck of a lot like a fallen tree trunk, like you mentioned. Okay, let's just make sure we don't miss anything. Just in case it didn't spawn, or it spawned somewhere strange. My question is, how in the heck would the prepper that made this cache manage to get all of his concrete and the metal hinge up into this area? I feel like it's a very far-fetched situation. Okay, so do we see anything? I guess we can continue going around that way. Maybe. Although, let's see if we can get a look down here first. That feels like not the direction to go. So I guess the question is, yeah, so if it's not up here, it wouldn't surprise me that it's another, random seed, or it's either not in this challenge. One way or the other. Okay, but we are not too far out of our way. Let's head back to Triskelion and check those two juicy containers. And at this rate, we can even get back to the cabin before dusk. Well, maybe not before dusk, but certainly before it gets dark. And for the first time, maybe I'll actually remember... Whoops. Maybe I'll actually remember to make the old man's beard lichen wound poultices. Maybe. Okay, what have we got? There we go. This is our favorite direction. That is the into the wind direction. Every time. You know what they say? 80% of the time it works every time. And the other 20% of the time it also works every time. Ooh. Yeah, I'm just thinking, there is no way in heck that I'm going all the way up to the top of Timberwolf Mountain just to maybe, hopefully find a flare gun up there. No way. Do you have enough tea, or should we send you some? Well, other than the tea that I'm choking on, I've actually got some steeping right now. But as far as herbal tea is concerned, the straits are a little bit dire. We've got coffee. But as far as being herbal is concerned, we are not. Actually, it is a little bit uncanny that we've not found any herbal tea yet. Just a little uncanny. Who knows? Maybe one of these containers over here will be just filled with tea and coffee. Tempted. Tempted, but I think we're not gonna go for the deerskin pants, even if there's enough deerskin hide around. Choking on the tea. Might need some more tea to stop choking? No. Oh no. That's not how we do here. We drown in tea. Alright, still no wolf. Very good. The one thing that's inconvenient that could happen now is if the bear starts coming down that canyon. Other than that, I'm feeling super good about this right now. Super good. Okay, food, water. We actually don't need either of those things. In fact, this sawing is really loud. Okay.
I can still eat this.
It's actually nice because that food is lightweight. I'll continue once we're done sawing. The food is really lightweight and only needs water. Ah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. A container full of tea and coffee. But the crackers and the chips are lightweight. They're pretty good calories per kilogram. They only need water because they make you thirsty. And we can make as much water as we need. But goddamn, if we can't find at least something, give me something. Give me something. I'm looking for an expedition parka or...
This stuff will come in handy.
Come on. Actually, I bet a wool sweater is actually an upgrade. These are all trash condition. But I bet a thick wool sweater is an upgrade over... I didn't want to take two of those. Over whatever we have on here. Sweatshirt. Yeah. So we'll wear that for now. And we'll repair it once we get back to the base. Alright, come on. Show me the money.
I think I can use this.
Guess we can take all this. Well... I suppose they couldn't make it easy or it wouldn't be a challenge, right? Who knows? Maybe we'll find a revolver or a rifle at the trapper's cabin in Mystery Lake once we get there. But until then, I think we're SOL. I can't think of anywhere else to find something like that. Unless we take a quick detour and try to find that revolver up in the hill that I don't think we found last night in the blizzard. That may be an option. It should be a quick option. Other than that, I can't think of any locations that are nearby and convenient to check for weaponry. Okay, I thought I heard something moaning and groaning in that direction, but I'm pretty sure it was just a car engine. It was like... Mwah, mwah. It sounded suspiciously like a moose, not a bear, which confused me because the moose is all the way over at the end of the canyon, not here. The end of the canyon and above. Okay, so let's think. Where do we have to be? We have to be here in the Mountaineer's hut. And then the next place that we're going, I think, is going to be the basement on Skeeter's Ridge. I think we actually have enough food as long as we can swing going down the rope ladder, not rope ladder, the climbing rope that leads to Pleasant Valley. As long as we can swing that, I think we have enough food to just directly go to Skeeter's Ridge and stay there. Thought I heard a strange noise to the left, but it was nothing. Although, you know what I'm really worried about now? One, meeting the bear going up this valley with all this wind in front of us, of course, as usual. And two, I'm actually really worried about a moose being at Skeeter's Ridge, outside of that basement. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to sneak past him. The last time I tried to go anywhere near there, when there was a moose, he stomped my ribs in. Okay, check for the bear. I think we're okay. course, and look, the wind changed direction even. So now it's even more against us. Every time, man, every time. It's uncanny. Just like the valley we just passed through. Absolutely ridiculous. Alright, come on, let's go. There's the bear. I'm hoping he turns right instead of left. And he's coming this way, isn't he? You've got to be kidding me. Okay, let's try to get up on this rock and observe. And of course, we definitely would have been able to go past him in time if it wasn't for this wind slowing us down. But let's see what Buddy decides to do. Is he going to continue going left? Or is he going to come towards us? This is a good time for a hydration break. You can't see, but I'm holding a glass and drinking from it. Okay, I think we can get around him. I think we can get around him. The wolf pack should still be too far that way. I guess that'd be what, north? Oh, actually, hold on. This is the moose overlook. We might as well take a little detour because who knows what will spawn here. I've only been here the once. Think during survival mode. And it seems like a cheeky little spot that you should spawn a person with a rifle. That seems like the ethical thing for the developers to do. So let's see if they're good people or bad people. And at the very least, we can indulge in looking at some moose. That is, of course, assuming the moose is there. Okay, if I was a body with a rifle, where do you think I would be? Would I be near the edge? Would I be somewhere in the middle? Would I be under the grass? Would I be on one of these rocks? Echo Peak West implies the existence of Echo Peak East. Would you be on this little promontory? There are many places that you could or could not be. Would I be over there? I might be over there, but that just looked like firewood. And it is getting towards dusk. I was hoping to be a lot closer to the cabin by now, but I think we have enough daylight, it'll be okay. Let's start by checking over for what this is. And then, that's probably a cliff, right? Yeah, it's probably a cliff. And then let's do a little moose observation. Okay, we got firewood, and more firewood. So, garbage. Oh, you know what? You know I'm picking up those rocks, right? I'm sure you know why I'm picking up those rocks. Alright, what do we got? Oh, no moose? Really? He's not hiding behind a tree, is he? Ah, rude. Is anybody honking over there? No, I can hear the rock hitting the ground and I don't hear any honks. So I don't think the moose is here right now. Kind of unfortunate. But at least now we can head back to the cabin with a clean conscience. Oh my god. There's barely any wind, Mackenzie. Just close your eyes and walk. This is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. Can we, like, eat or drink anything? Maybe some of these sodas. No one's ever gotten sick from a soda, right? Ideally, I would like to keep these, so the chips, actually the chips aren't that great. Well, 3,000 calories per kilogram for the chips is actually pretty good. A kilogram of chips might be enough food to last for about a day. If I remember, actually we can check this. In the survival mode, this, whatever it is, the owl one, the average calories per day, oh, I thought they were 300. Or, sorry, 3,000. But I guess it was more like 6,000. Okay, well that seems like a lot. 6,000 calories? That's 20 bags of chips. Why do I have a recollection of it being something like 3,000 calories per day? Alright, where's Winnie the Pooh? Winnie the Pooh is over there, completely out of the way, extremely conveniently. Okay, let's just get on the ridge of this little hill here, because I don't want to be walking along the steep ways of the hill. I would definitely break an ankle. And I think this gap here is what we're aiming for. Oh god, this wind. This wind is killing me every time. Oh well. I guess this is literally a chill stream now, because we have nothing to do but hold W and make sure the bear goes to sleep instead of walking towards us. I probably should have expected this. I should have been a little bit more diligent in dropping things at the hut. Okay, wind isn't so bad now. I have lost track of the bear, but I think the only place he could have gone is back in his cave. And back in his cave is not a place where we need to worry about him. If the little speed demon went over this hill, we're going to have a problem. But surely he didn't. Okay, I think that's him there. Yeah, I saw him in the silhouette. So we can just head this way straight to the lake. And we don't even need to worry about fishing. Never mind not having much line or hooks. We can just fast forward this 3 days and then head to Skeeter's. There's our fishing cabin. Which means now surely we can't get lost. Surely there's no way. Even with, as it seems, visibility decreasing. Surely there's no way. Okay. Well, I would say we made it back before nightfall. Which is nice. Aha, a marshmallow. And I think I saw, yes, some more over here. Okay, so we now have the better part of 3 days to burn in the cabin. We can harvest all of our clothes. We can repair all of our clothes. And we can judiciously decide what exactly it is that we want to bring back with us. We certainly don't need all the matches that we've got. Look, we made it back just in time. We made it back just in time. Certainly we don't need all the matches. We probably don't need all the tea and coffee, but it's lightweight enough, I think we should take it all. We didn't find really many good tools, did we? I don't think we did. And we can't quite sleep till dawn. So I think what we're going to do for starters is read a little bit of that book. Maybe 2 hours of fire starting. Actually, this fire starting book... Wait, it's too dark to read. What do you mean? We're outside. How do you call this too dark to read when we can read by moonlight? I will read an... Actually, let's make sure we're not getting frostbite or frozen. But we'll read for an hour here if it lets me. It's too dark to read. Well, finally the game decided it wanted to start being consistent. Which I suppose means it's probably too dark to do some sewing. Like of our sweater. Can't repair in the dark. But, can we harvest in the dark? We can. And what else can we harvest? Thin wool sweater. Let's check how much cloth we have. And you know what? Finally, I'm going to remember, but it's probably going to be too dark to make the beard wound dressing. It's not too dark. I don't understand it, but it is what it is. Okay. And I bet we can read now. Just because... reasons. Look, we can... If you ask me, it seems darker than before, but it lets us read now. I'm tisking. Okay, at any rate, certainly we don't need any more hacksaw. Pry bar, maybe we keep. Flare shells, I mean...
I need to lay down.
We'll probably never find a flare. Probably never find a flare gun. We've already found 9 shells. Okay, that's nice. This is also nice. Look at all this food. Okay, let's do some math here. 620 calories per quarter of a kilogram. So 1 kilogram is about 2,400 calories for chicken. Oops, did not mean to eat that. I did not mean to eat that. For vegetarian, it's something like 100 calories less. Still around 2,000 calories per kilogram. The glorious, amazing cat stock is something like 3,000 calories per kilogram. I think. Yeah, those numbers work out. Condensed milk, pretty good. 3,000 calories per kilogram about. Energy bars, 5,000 calories. Ketchup chips, 3,000 calories. Soda, 1,000 calories per kilogram. Crackers, 6,000 calories per kilogram. Peaches, only 900 calories per kilogram, but they're also pretty good for water. Soda, again, 1,000 per. And tomato soup, only 1,200 calories per kilogram. Actually, I didn't realize peaches were so bad for calories. The reason I'm doing all this math is because if we eat the less economical calorie to kilogram ratio wise food, that means we can bring more down with us. And also dog food, about 1,500 calories per kilogram. So we start with the dog food, the man food, the peaches, and the tomato soup, aka the plant food. And also, Actually, soda as well. Soda is not great. The upside to soda is that it also counts for water, but we can find and make water easily enough. So let's drink the soda that we can. Sleep for 10 hours. Let's sleep for 10 hours. We probably have, what, 2 days and change. We can do our repairs. Make sure we have made all of the, basically prepared all the stuff we want. For example, bandages were fine. Wound dressing, we can make another. Hey, wait. We just slept for 9 or 10 hours, didn't we? How do we have so much thirst left? By my estimations during the survival run, when you sleep, the amount that your fatigue bar fills up is the exact same amount as your thirst bar depletes. We slept for almost a full fatigue bar just now. Even if we started with a full thirst bar, it should be at least mostly empty. And also, I just noticed our wolves have moved. Interesting. Interesting. I don't understand that. I don't understand what's happening with that. Okay. But at any rate, sodas. Sodas first. What can we do? We can finish preparing our birch bark, prepare our mushrooms. So we did get enough reishi mushrooms to prepare. That is good to know. And after we repair things, let's see how close we are to being under carry capacity. We have 3.5 kilograms to drop. Now, a large part of that is probably going to go between the peaches and the sodas that we eat while we're waiting here. So it may be that we don't actually have to drop anything that we currently have when we're heading back. Okay, so for anyone counting, this is the 10th repair. So that's 10 successful repairs in a row. Somehow we got massively lucky again. Also, we have a nice condition on our work pants. There was some cured leather around here somewhere, right? Oh, and even more food. Let's pick these up, just so we have a little bit more of an idea of exactly what we have available to us.
Feels like a lot of gear.
That is a lot of food. Okay. Right, the driving gloves we can use to get some cured leather. Actions, harvest. Okay, so 10 successful sewing repairs in a row. And of course it's the 11th that we only have one chance at. That's going to be the one that fails. Mark my words. Wow. 11 successful repairs in a row. I guess I can't really be mad at it. And now I'm getting stressed. 12 successful repairs in a row. Again. Getting extremely lucky on the clothing repairs at the beginning of these challenges. Okay, so our clothes are fantastic, but now we are about 10 kilos overweight. So let's start on these peaches. Oh, another thing, because we can cook more water when we get down there, we don't need to bring any water with us, is a good thing to remember. Okay, is there anything we can spend time here doing? Crafting? Not really anything to craft, is there? Now, even if we did harvest those 2 deer, we wouldn't have enough deer skins to start even the shoes. Actually, deerskin shoes. 2 cured deer hides. Ooh, I'm tempted. I'm sorely tempted. Sorely tempted. No, let's not worry about it. Let's not worry about the deerskin. Okay. But one of these hills, I thought had a dude with a revolver. I wanted to... Well, actually, first off, like I said, and then I forgot promptly, as is usual. Okay, Mountaineer's Hut. We've been here for a little bit more than a day. We have tinder. We have firewood. Let's cook that venison. Cardboard, stick, cattail head. No, keep the cattail heads. Use the tinder plug. I probably should have used accelerant. I'll use accelerant this time. Cardboard, tinder plug, accelerant. Nice. Do we have... No.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Let's start on our deer. Our deer. Defunct, hello. Welcome. We're currently channeling our inner Dave Ramsey and cooking things. Specifically, we're cooking rancid venison. It's raw! And eventually we'll be eating it. You know what? It probably wouldn't hurt to have some water. I mean, it sounds yummy. It could be yummy, but it could also give you something not so yummy in your tummy. And how much time do we have left? 17 minutes. We can put the fur on, and that'll give us an hour and 46, which will let us do 1.5 liters. Also, about another liter here. So, the current plan is actually, we're doing the challenge where we have to go to different locations and stay there for 3 days each. This is the first location. And we actually found some very nice things. It should make things a lot faster going forward. The only thing we haven't found is some kind of way to defend ourselves from the wildlife. But eventually, I do have a plan for that. I do have a plan, a couple of locations away from this. Okay, we're just speeding up time, honestly. Okay, and you know what? Beyond that, I don't even care.
Carry this load for much longer.
So, yep. I think we just lounge, right? Surely. We sleep and we wait. Just as long as we don't lose the well-fed bonus. 2 more days here. And we'll basically be subsisting off of soda and canned peaches. Sounds healthy. Alright, now let's pass the time. I don't know how fast the gauges will go down passing time, so let's just do 6 hours first. Well, I suppose that's not too fast. Actually, yeah, that thirst gauge is going down pretty strongly, huh? But that was 6 hours, so 6 hours was about a third. I guess we can wait for 6 more. It's a good thing the cards don't have condition. Alright. Let's get some of these sodas down our gullet. Oh, that was only a couple of drips worth of soda left. I was wondering why the thirst wasn't going down. Just don't tell our dentist about this. Because I feel like Mackenzie is actually just taking a belt sander to his teeth enamel at this point. And past time for, 8 hours, no big deal. This is a dentist's worst nightmare. That's an understatement. Basically just drinking soda and eating chips for days at a time. Can you imagine? Okay, timed that one pretty well, actually. So let's continue. And of course, as far as a nutritional diet is concerned, it says Stacy's grape soda, but brother, this ain't it. This is not what you're looking for. Food-wise, we're fine food-wise, and I suppose we can... Let's check. So we need to spend 3 days here. We spend 2.5. So we only need 12 more hours here. And I think what we can do is we can wait for like 4 hours, and then we can sleep the rest, and we can leave at noon. Or sometime around noon. And that'll put us in a pretty good spot to just one-shot to the next location. So now we want to, sleep for 6 hours. You know what? No. I was going to say I should have cooked some tea on that fire before. But we're still kind of over-encumbered. By a substantial amount, actually. So what can we drop? I guess we can start by dropping all these cans. And all these tomato soups. And what else is good for dropping? This man food is good for dropping. We want to keep as much of the airline food as we can, because that is more calorie dense. Keep the cattails. Condensed milk is something like 3,000 calories per kilogram. That's good. I wonder if there's equipment that we can drop. If we need another can, we can just eat the condensed milk. We don't need any sticks. We can find sticks along the way. It's a nice number of feathers. 11 kilograms of tools. 14 kilograms of food. All the water, and actually even the venison. Only 800 kilograms, sorry, the other way around. Only 800 calories per kilogram. That's not a good use of our weight. And if we drop the water, we are actually almost there. Yeah, we just need to drop a little bit more. Or, we don't even need to drop it. We can decide what to do. Firewood, firewood, firewood. Newsprint. Drop the newsprint. We can find other stuff to use for tinder. You know what? First off, let's check and make sure we've got the thing. Yeah, 2.9. I almost left before finishing. Let's spend the rest of the time finishing this book. It's going to get us later into the afternoon than I was hoping. But the weather is still fine. And now that we can drop that, yeah, we're good to go. Mountaineering rope. I'm trying to think. Is there anywhere we would need a mountaineering rope? One, we would have to make 5 kilogram space or go up and down the rope. I don't think so. Let's double check. Just double check really quick. Okay, done the mountaineering cut. We're looking for Pleasant Valley locations, which I want to say is the radio control hut, the barn, and Skeeter's Ridge, and the rural store. Barn. Barn. Which barn would that be? Probably the barn that we already looted, huh? I think I know which barn that is. We can check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure where that barn is. There is a possible mountaineering rope that's a shortcut from Skeeter's Ridge to other places. But I don't think it's helpful for us. So let's just forget that we ever saw that. And leave. Just pretend you never saw it. So we're currently in Timberwolf Mountain, as I'm sure you guys can recognize. We're heading straight to Pleasant Valley, location number 2. Should probably just triple check. Yeah, 3.1 days out of 3. We're done here. We're done here. To be honest, I'm actually shocked that it didn't set the upper part of the plain as one of the locations to stay for this challenge. It seems like the perfect place for it. Although at the same time, maybe that would have made it too obvious where you should go first. You would definitely want to go to the top of the plain first if you were going there. One, because there's a bunch of good stuff there. Where is the landing gear? Over here, isn't it? That's a wolf. Where is the landing gear? Yeah, it must be in this direction. Because if you had to go to the top of Timberwolf Mountain, you'd want to go there first for 2 reasons. One, because if you go there first, it means you haven't picked up a bunch of good stuff that you don't want to drop, and a bunch of good stuff that's going to make it hard. There's the landing gear. It's going to make it hard to actually climb up the ropes to get there. 2, you want to go there first because that's where all the good stuff is, assuming, of course, that you can find a hacksaw. You can probably completely kit yourself out if you go to the top there for the entire rest of the run with clothes, tools, fire starting stuff, weapons, anything you'd want to find, you could find there. Probably. By literal probability. The only way that I can consistently remember how to find this little valley over to Pleasant Valley is this. The landing gear points at it. You find the landing gear, and then you go where it points. You go where it points and you just ignore the fact that you went all through Timberwolf Mountain and didn't see a single Timberwolf. You know, at this point, I've been to Timberwolf Mountain 3, maybe 4 separate times. One of the times was in my survival run, where I mapped, I surveyed literally the entire map. Literally every location on the map I surveyed. And throughout all of that, I've only ever seen a pack of Timberwolves, I want to say once. I think only once. But at the very high end, maximum twice. It kind of gives me the feeling that Timberwolf Mountain is something of a fraud. It turns out it's just regular Wolf Mountain, because boy are there a ton of regular wolves there. But every wolf is special in its own way. Okay, let's remember. Now, there were a bunch of rabbit pelts and rabbit guts that I dropped over in the prepper cache that is right underneath this rope. Let's not forget to take those, because we can upgrade our hat situation if we take those. Finally, the valley that actually leads from Timberwolf Mountain proper over to Pleasant Valley, basically the one before that transition zone, it's always longer than it should be, in my opinion. It feels unnecessarily lengthy. But I suppose part of that is to build suspense when you approach Timberwolf for the first time. At least with respect to that, it's good level design. Okay, now, there is a possibility of finding more airline food if we do take a small detour past the airplane. That might be worth our time because it's on the way to Skeeter's Ridge anyway. So I think we check that quickly. Should be, where should it be? Can we even see the plane from here? I guess we can't. But it's somewhere over in that direction. But yeah, I think I see a little bit of the fuselage through that little gap in the tree leaves. Make sure there's nothing waiting for us down there. Some kind of wolf back in that direction. Not my problem. Because we're not going there. Definitely not going there. Okay. Let's get this cash. Oh, I forgot about all this raw rabbit. Well, we'll see how heavy we are after we get whatever we want to get in here. Okay. The gut is not quite cured. The pelts are, the gut's not quite. Our beautiful birch saplings are cured. Now, there's a bunch of clothing here, but really that's just good for breaking down for cloth. And I think we're good on that front. We have 2 cloth extra. All of our clothes are pretty high condition, to the point where I wouldn't even bother repairing them. Yeah, the closest thing is the military coat, and that's probably not going to need any help for a while. And I don't think there was anything else here. Well, I'm sure there was something else, but I probably forgot where it is. Yeah, 2 storm lanterns. We don't need either of those. We already have a plan for going through the caves to the next location. There's a storm lantern that I've stashed away in a secret hidden location. Okay, so I know between the pelts and the guts, one of them takes 3 days and one of them takes 5 days to cure. If the gut didn't cure, that's probably the one that takes 5 days. Which means we basically got all the way through Timberwolf, loitered for 3 days in that hut, and also got all of the easy cargo containers in under 5 days. That's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good. I think I checked that guy over there and he had a hacksaw. So let's give that a skip and go straight to the plane. Now, I'll say it again. I am actually very worried that there's going to be a moose right outside of the basement that we're looking for. I'm very concerned about it. But if we're lucky, I'm hoping that we'll be able to skirt around him and then maybe sneak into the basement while he's on the other side of the house. But for starters, let's take a quick peek and see if we can get any airline food. Most of it, at least most of it worth the trouble of getting, should be inside that fuselage. This looks interesting. What is this? This is just some debris. Oh, it's a branch. Okay, fine. The geometry confused me, okay? What do you guys think the odds are of there being anything in here? Open sesame. Psh. Surely all these people were armed. They're all federal marshals armed with revolvers.
Nobody needs this anymore.
Yeah, we don't need any of this clothing. Don't need any of this clothing. In fact, I don't even know why I'm searching these suitcases. What we want are these things.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Only 30% though. So as far as the condition is concerned, I do hope it's not going to make us sick. Toque, we don't need the toque. We will take the energy bar. And do we have anything hiding back here? Ah, look at this. The trove. And anything back here? No, not really. Take you. We will be doing some fletching. And I don't know exactly how many feathers we need, so I will pick these up. But that should about do it for here. Okay, this isn't one way. It shouldn't be one way. Kind of getting worried about... Yeah, I don't like how this super flat, super walkable surface counts as too steep to safely walk on. But oh well. Let's see if there's anything that's fallen out of this house over here. And it should also, perhaps, if we're lucky... Now, I don't know if you guys just heard, but there's an awoo in that direction. And what that awoo means is that there's probably a wolf by the basement we're going into. You might think that's a bad thing. But probably being a wolf over there also means there's probably not a moose, which is a more important thing to confirm. The wolf we can deal with. In fact, how much soda do we have? We have a lot of soda. This might be, we might be pushing it, but this might be enough soda to just stay inside for 3 days straight immediately. Let's just be a little bit careful on the approach, because Buddy could hop out from behind any tree. There he is. Does he have a friend? I don't see a friend. The basement is on the right side of that house. I would like to come around from the right, and that's extra convenient, and he already saw us. Okay, well... Why do you have good eyesight? Dogs are not supposed to have good eyesight. Well, fine. We'll go around. It's not like we have to go very far, and there's plenty of room to maneuver. So let's check the exterior of this house to get him far enough away from the basement that we can just walk in. That's the problem with Manchester. They always seem to walk it in. Oh, can we? I wonder. No, we can't walk up that. Oh. I don't know if those tools will be useful. I don't think they will be. And we also don't have enough time to check that box, buddy. But we can check and see if there's anything tool-worthy. And is that another set of tools over there? It might be. Okay, but not our problem. Not our problem. The only reason I'm kind of regretting not bringing a storm lantern now is because that makes it easier to see in here. But you know what? I think we are so flush, like absolutely flush with matches. If we need to, we can light some. Plenty of firewood. If we do need to make some water. Unfortunately, there's no place to burn it down here. We would have to... another pry bar haunts me. Okay, socks, Claire. So we do have clothing here. We might end up actually... Aha. The second cooking pot. We're now set for cooking.
This will come in handy.
And what's the food situation here? Maple syrup. Never mad at maple syrup. Moldy venison. I don't think that's worth the wait. And you know what? I also forgot to pick up the rabbit. But it's probably for the best. That wolf would have been an even bigger problem if we had a whole bunch of rabbit giving off little scent lines. Nothing. How are you going to get burned through a mitten, brother? We got socks, we got cloth, we got a sweatshirt.
Could end up being useful.
We already have a thick sweatshirt. We don't need that one. Decent cargo pants. We'll check that against the work pants that we're currently wearing. I think the work pants... Finally, more underwear. Finally. You would not believe how much Canadians eschew underwear with as little as we found. Okay, so that's good. What do we pick up that I wanted to look at? Right. Work pants versus cargo pants. So cargo pants look like they go to 1.5 Celsius warmth, a half a degree wind, and then 0, 3 protection, better run. And they are 0.75 kilograms. The work pants are only half a degree Celsius better for windproofness. They're much better for protection. They're 5% better for protection. But they're also 3/4 of a kilogram heavier. Now, I know that windproofness and waterproofness, only the outer layer is important. I'm wondering, is that also the case for protection? It shouldn't be, because anything that wants to bite through should also have to go through the inner thing, so it shouldn't be good for protection too. But I think the cargo pants are better. Better in the sense that I would rather have 3/4 of a kilogram than an extra half Celsius of wind resistance. And I guess it's also 5% protection. Yeah, 5% protection is a little bit rough to lose, but it's not like we're going down from 8 to 0. We're only going from 8 to 3. So let's wear the cargo pants. Wear these guys, and we can drop the work pants. What else can we drop? Drop or repair? I guess we did pick up a whole bunch of cloth. Actually, it's not that much cloth. Improvised wraps we don't need. Tender plugs. I guess we can use... Yeah, let's craft some. And then... Also, it would be a real big problem if we didn't have a bedroll. I'm pretty sure we have a bedroll. But then we can, I think at this rate, just sleep and rest for like 3 days straight. Let's first make sure we're accruing time where I think we are. And that would be... Where is it? The Skeeter's Ridge basement. I guess... If it goes in 0.1 days, 0.1 days is 2.4 hours. I don't think we've been in here for that long. But what we can do is take a nap. Water. Let's do some sodas. Surely no one's ever gotten sick from soda. Surely. 3 hours. 3 hours should give us our first 0.1 on the marker. But did it? Yeah. Which means we can just burn time. Burn all the time and just be done with this place real fast. I think there's 3 other locations in Pleasant Valley. There's this one, and I'm gonna do the picture again. Oops, because we don't have map. The picture is, imagine a square platter. Like, for example, this airline food dish. The edges are all mountains and hills and high up. The middle is the 2 farms. Right now, we are at 12 o'clock. In the middle, high on the ridge. If we walk around the edge at about 4:30 or 5, no, probably more like 4. At 4 o'clock, near but not quite on the edge, there's a town. In that town, I believe, is the rural grocery. That's our next place. Then, right in the middle, there's what I think is the barn. That's the second place. And then, if you look at about 7 o'clock, back on the ridge, back on the edge of the platter, in the bottom left corner, that's the final location in this region. And it should be an easy walk through all of them. So, let us continue drinking soda. Drinking soda and then immediately falling asleep. Extremely good for your health. Didn't you know? Actually, instead of falling asleep, what we're actually just going to do is play solitaire for 12 hours straight. Kind of wish this time passed faster. But I suppose you can't be a chooser if you're begging for time to be passing. It's already a miracle that they don't make us just sit and pass it in real time. Flip, 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 flip. All right, come on now. And finally. We eat, we drink. Specifically, we drink soda. And we eat something else. Maybe a Pinnacle Peaches. Yeah, I think we eat a peaches. Delicious. So, we are pretty fantastic on food right now. I'm just trying to estimate. You know, I probably should have taken a list to see exactly how much food we would be expending. Pastime maybe not 12 hours, maybe 9. Oh, you know what so let's see. So passing time, 9 hours, no, 12 hours is 750 calories. If we can pass time, well, sleeping is a little bit better. Sleeping, I think, is half the calories. So let's go with the 750 for 12 hours. So it's 1,500 calories per day just loitering in location. And then, of course, there's also the water. But that's... I think we're pretty good. I think we're just going to be waiting a lot. Waiting, eating, drinking, lounging, playing solitaire. That's the life. That is the life. All right, wake up. Wake up in the morning. Drink more soda. Delicious. Wait, where's the soda? Here's the soda. We're actually running out of soda. Luckily, the next location we're going, well, I don't know if it has a stove itself, but it should be safer to go outside, not thirsty. I didn't realize. Now we passed time for 12 hours. So the next location is in a town, and the town usually has a wolf pack outside of it, or, you know, in the town, more or less. Which may complicate boiling water so we can drink it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, especially because there's a bridge next to the town. I'm just trying to think, because we are running out of soda. In fact, this is the final soda? That doesn't seem right. Okay, fine. Well, let's... Do we have any man food? We don't have any man food. But we do have pork and beans. Okay, so I wasn't actually expecting pork and beans to be salty. I was expecting the opposite to happen. But we do still have condensed milk, but we're not so hungry that we need to eat it yet. Okay, how much time have we been here? We've been here for 2.2 days, so we need... What is that? Like 18 more hours, about? Let's start with the nap. And hopefully it's light when we wake up. Did we miss any water anywhere here? Don't think we did. Somewhat unfortunate. A water bottle would not go amiss. Alright, at any rate, that's fine. How much time do we need? We need another 12 hours. And I think we're a little bit too thirsty. So, we do need to go outside and start a fire. Still kind of over encumbered. We're... 2 cooking pots is nice. We do have the tools. We don't need the tools, do we? No, I'm sure we don't need the tools. Don't need the cans because we now have 2, count it, 2 cooking pots. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Surely we don't need this many antibiotics. Even 6 is probably pushing it because we do have prepared reishi. And I don't think we need any of these water purification tablets. I suppose we could use them to make water right now. But at the same time, we have 2 cooking pots we can just boil. Let's make 4 liters of water. It should take 2 hours of burn time.
I can carry much more.
We'll put our fire right here. We'll use some wood matches. We'll use the cedar, a tinder plug, and we will use accelerant because I don't want this wolf to continue to troll us. Alright, another shrimp on the Barbie. And also this 1 stick, just to bring us over 2 hours. And... okay, do you have a revolver? Nope, just a tiny little handheld flare and another hunting knife. How's our hunting knife holding up? Our hunting knife has 84% condition, and that's 83%. Every single time, it's either 1 condition better or 1 condition worse. It makes it practically useless. Alright, now, if Mr. Fluffles has relocated, let's actually go and check that container that's outside of the house here. As long as we don't get jump scared by a moose. Stranger things have happened. Salty crackers, peaches, and a granola bar. More food, I guess I'm not mad at it. I guess I cannot be too mad. Alright, let's head back. And pick up a couple of sticks along the way. Just because you never know when you'll need a little bit of tinder or a little bit of burn time. Alright, fast forward. Pick up.
This pack is
And
getting
pick
too
up.
heavy to carry.
Okay, what did we need? 12 hours? That sounds about right. So, first off, scroll all the way down past all of our glorious, delicious-looking food. And drink that. And next, let's see, 12 hours puts us at midnight. Let's pass time for 10 hours, and then see how long we can sleep. I would like to wake up near dawn. That would be nice. Flippity flip flip flip. I cannot remember the last time I played solitaire, and I'm certain I've never won it. I know that I've never... well, let me not say that. I can't recall ever playing it with cards. I do remember playing solitaire on the computer. Okay, we probably need to wait for a couple more hours before we can sleep and get close to dawn. As good as our clothing is, we should be completely fine when it comes to going out in the cold weather, in the cold early morning. The main thing that I'm concerned about is these peaches. No, the main thing I'm concerned about is the lighting situation. And also a blizzard. Because I do hear substantial amount of wind outside.
I need to drop something.
You know, peanut butter is actually not that good density-wise. Only 1,800 calories per kilogram. Let's eat this. Treat yourself. That's a waste. That's a waste of time. Drop this, and let's see how close to morning we can get. Should be just after dawn. I think it should be just after dawn. Okay, good. It is. Let's head out. At least, I think the exit's this way. It must be. Yeah, there we go. Okay, prepare for wolf. Prepare for moose. I don't hear either. But I do see wind, again, blowing exactly the direction we're trying to go. Every time, man. Every time. I don't know, well, I do know. The game has programmed it to do that. That's a bear. Why is there a bear here? I've never seen a bear up here. Surely I'm wrong about that, right? How could there be a bear up here? It does explain the lack of moose and wolf, but it doesn't explain its own existence. Yeah, buddy, what are you doing up here? What is friend doing? Actually, hold on. It's not impossible that there's a climbing rope somewhere. That right across this rock is like a big cliff that overlooks Pleasant Valley. It's not impossible that there's a climbing zone to get down there that we won't have to go past the bear. And I think it might be over there. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. No, it's there. And it... Oh my. Okay, let's check that out. But I don't know if this is the way to do it. It's probably fine. Oh, that's a little steep. Or not steep, but far. I may have made a mistake just now. I may have made a mistake. But surely we can hop here and... Ooh, that was a little bit far.
I don't feel so good.
That was a little bit far. Torn clothing is kind of the worst thing possible. What got torn? Maybe the boots took a little bit of damage, but oh, and also the snow pants I think took a little bit of damage. Alright, but that's not bad. That barely even hurt at all. Surely the intended route was from over here. Somewhere. Okay, well, at any rate, let's first check to see if there's even a way down, because I know there's probably a second climbing rope in this direction. And if both of them aren't placed down already, then it's not useful. Yeah, I'm surprised he broke his leg just falling down that little bit. Kind of annoying. Okay, but let's see what we can see from up here. What have we got? Can we even... Okay, so it is prepared. That's nice. That is nice. This is... This changes things slightly. Okay, I don't see anything down there other than firewood. I want to do one very last loop just around this ridge to make sure I didn't miss anything. Because now that we know that the area is safe, there's no wolf up by those buildings. And the bear was far enough away. Oh, you know what? We can't climb down because we are 10 kilograms overweight. I didn't even think about that. So, never mind. Ignore what I just said. Completely ignore it. A weird colored rock. What is that? I guess it's just some of the texture. Okay, so we are going to have to hope that the bear moves out of the way. First order of business, just make sure we're not missing anything, say, passing those trees or on the left here. Okay, I don't see anything. I'm sure no one else sees. And the wolf is back. Why is the wolf back? Where did the wolf come from? How did he get here? Let's just hope we can sneak. Okay, he's still moving away. I think at this point we should be far enough away that he can't get us. I'm hoping, because we would have to deal with him somehow. Our next location is too far away to just walk him the whole way. He'd get tired and he would try to leap up into our arms so we carry him. I also don't see where the bear went. And that's always a concerning thing to say. Surely he must have continued to his walk down towards the point of disagreement. Surely he's not huffing and puffing and waiting right over this hill. Nope. Surely he went to the left and did not go in the direction that I'm trying to go. Surely. Why are there so many this is the first time things happening right now? This is unacceptable. If he was coming this direction, I think we'd be able to see him from here. Because he's not... The bear... The one good thing about the bear is he's really slow. And so usually if you see him, you can count on him being in that location for a while. Alright, what have we got? Yeah, he's definitely not this way. There's just no way. Ain't no way. Why do I keep talking? Why has the Lord cursed me with the curse of the English language? If only to jinx myself. Well, at least he's not heading towards us. Although, if we were coming over that side of the hill, I wouldn't want to be cresting right now. Because Buddy would probably not enjoy that very much. Let's just take a detour. So the point of disagreement is somewhere through the trees over there. And I don't see anything on the ground worth... Actually, there it is. There's the cars. Let's go around to the right because there might be some stuff over here. It's also farther away from the bear, even though the bear is going away. It's always safe to be even farther, even more going away from the bear than we currently are. Okay, I do hear an awoo over in that direction, which is towards the point of disagreement. Hopefully it's not so far to the right that it's at the bridge we need to cross. But I also don't remember ever seeing an awoo in that direction before. So... I'm hoping nothing bad happens. Hoping. Yeah, where is the awoo? Actually, where is he? It didn't sound like it was that far away. At the very farthest... Oh, there he is. He's up on that hill. I was going to say at the very farthest he could be is probably on the other side of that rock. And he was almost on the other side of that rock. But I don't think I've ever seen a wolf there. But as I just said, what else is new, right? What else is new? Okay, we got some fog. Does anyone know how to delete the fog? I think we just need to follow the road, but I never like fog. Okay, so we're 2 steps away from a blizzard. 3 steps, maybe. We are plus wind away. We are plus more snow away. And we are plus more fog away. If those 3 things happen, then we're going to have a little bit of a problem. Especially if the wind decides to blow from south to north. Because we are traveling south. Okay, I hear creaking of wood. I hear the stumbling of stones. Okay, still 0 scent marks. Alright, let's eat a condensed milk. C is for condensed milk. Where is it? Here it is. Delicious, dusty condensed milk. Ooh, that's quite good for food and water. Who knew that condensed milk was so calorie dense? Not me, at any rate. Okay. Current order of business. Follow the road. Secondary command. Don't get eaten by a wolf. There are some wolves around this big rock here to the right. They should be too far away to bother us. Especially... Oh, wait. Where did we pick up that 1 scent mark? What are we carrying? Oh, man. I forgot to cure the gut. Damn. Damn. Ah... Well, you, Chief, forgetting to do something. What else is new? 1 scent mark shouldn't be too much, especially considering that there's not a lot of wind. Do we check the cave? It's not very far. Might as well check it. The bear is behind us. I'm very tempted to get the pelt off of this deer. Because that'll get us started. Yeah, you know what? Don't worry. Thought I heard something. We'll get the pelt, and we'll get some gut. It's not helpful for being not smelly. It's definitely not helpful for being not smelly. But I think we're pretty darn close to being able to craft boots. And the deerskin boots would be an upgrade over the current trail boots that we have. And this looks like it doesn't have anything in it, so let's not even bother going in farther.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Get ready with a rock in case a wolf comes around this corner. Okay, we still only have 1 scent mark, which is good. That is very good, actually. Okay, that field over there is where I'd be worried about wolves coming from. Let's just stay away, and we'll hit the road back at the bend. Whoops. Mackenzie drunkenly stumbling into trees. Don't drink alcohol, Mackenzie. It makes you feel warm, but it doesn't help against hypothermia. Let's think. You know what? I can think of at least one place to check in the town. So this road, eventually it's going to lead into a bridge and a town. I can think of at least one place to check for a rifle. I think I remember seeing a rifle there, either in the episode, basically the campaign, or during the survival run. But I think during the campaign, there's a rifle that spawns on the small dock that's at the town. We can check there. Ah, yes, glorious. You probably can't tell, but I can feel the difference between walking on the road and walking on the snow. It's just that little bit faster. That little bit faster. Oh, and by the way, anyone that's on YouTube can check this. If you scrub back to the beginning of the beginning of this particular stream, you'll see I made a very pointed effort, a very pointed, purposeful few minutes to read closely the description of the items on the menu, the main menu, and then the survival mode menu. And I conspicuously noticed, well, I guess it's not the noticing that was conspicuous, it was the thing that was noticed that was conspicuous. That's a wolf. And before that wolf finds us, the thing that was noticed is these challenges, it said, were designed to be somewhere between, oh, he saw us, to be somewhere between 1 and 3 hours long, maybe 1 and 4 hours long. It's been 4 hours. And we're only barely getting started on this. Okay, I'm looking and seeing if there's anything in that house, but not really seeing anything. It's probably not worth the risk of going in there, right? I feel like this is a dumb idea. I feel like this is a really dumb idea. And he's charging. And I missed. Mackenzie always throws a rock in a different direction. That was definitely not worth it. Well, I guess we got this condensed milk out of it. Another hunting knife, which is slightly better than our hunting knife, and a cooking pot that we don't need. That was a complete waste. That was an absolute waste. Okay, what happened? Ripped clothing, we threw something, and we picked up a hunting knife and we don't need to. H is for hunting knife. Where the hell's our hunting knife? There it is. We'll drop the one. It's like an 8% difference. No one would notice that. How's our clothing, though? Oof. The hat got it. The coat got it. The mittens got it. Ooh, the snow pants definitely got it. Alright, so we're going to have to do some repairs when we get back to town. Because of that damn wolf. And why did... Of course it spawns a wolf right in front of me. Never seen a wolf there before in my life. It's not enough that you could have spawned them in the town all over. Had to be literally right there. Couldn't walk past it on the other side of the road. Ah, what a nosy canine. Getting into business that's not his. Surely at this point it should be a straight shot, right? Surely nothing else could get in our way. At least I hope. Okay. We're Christopher Walken over here. I'm trying to think Where is the most likely place to find another deer? I have several possible candidate locations in my mind, but I know for sure there's going to be one at the shortcut between Pleasant Valley and the hydroelectric dam. Worst case scenario, we can get that pelt and use those, basically cure the pelt at the dam, and then maybe in the next place we can find a workbench to use. That might be what we do. Alternatively, if we are able to find a deer pelt on the way into town or on the way into the barn, we may be able to fully cure and then construct. Because we need the pelt to cure, and we need a workbench to work on.
Feels like a lot of gear.
It is a lot of gear, Mackenzie. Now, the next place, I don't think it has a workbench, because it's just going to be a grocery store. The place after that, the barn, I believe it's the barn that I'm thinking of. That thing ought to have, I'm actually certain that it does have a workbench. And we can make the rabbit skin hat. We have the cured rabbit pelt, and we're about to have enough gut for it. So we can make the rabbit skin hat there. If we're lucky, also, by the time we get there, we can make our deerskin boots. But beyond that, I can't think of anything I would want to craft. Even the wolfskin coat, or the moose, what is it? The moose cloak or the bear coat. One, it would be too much trouble to hunt one of those things down, wait for it to bleed out, harvest it, leave all the meat behind, wait all that time for the pelt to actually cure, and then spend, it's probably 30 hours or it's some large amount of hours to make even the wolfskin coat, let alone the bearskin coat or the moose hide cloak. Okay, there's the town. Yeah, that's the town. So do we go on the road or do we cut in? I think we cut in because, one, there's almost certainly a wolf at the bend over there by the bridge. Two, it gives us an opportunity to go and check the docks here. And we're looking for a rifle. Honestly, I'll take anything. I'll even take a flare gun. That would have solved our wolf problem before. Surely there are no guns in the church, and surely there are no guns in the community center. So maybe we'll check the community center very quickly. Lots of marshmallows. Lots of marshmallows. But I think we skipped the church. You know what? I think there's also a dude up on that. There's some fences over on the right. There may be a dude over there that we can check. And who knows what kind of stuff he might have. The answer is not me. Not me knows what kind of stuff he might have. And look at all these delicious cattail plants. Yeah, I think that's his foot sticking up there. That tiny little brown bump. So we'll check Buddy over here, and then we'll check the inside of that little guard cabin. I suppose it's a fishing hut, but it looks like the guard cabin. The guard cabin's outside of the Hibernia processing facility. Okay, it seems like there is indeed no dude up here. So we should have a clean shot over to the community center. But let's check for this rifle first. I kind of wish we could spend the days in the community center. I like that building more than I would like a hypothetical rural grocery. Because the community center has a guaranteed 6-burner stove. Alright, so you do not have a rifle.
Hope I can still eat this.
Which is kind of unfortunate, but I will take the windbreaker on account of we now need ammunition, but no gun. But we do need cloth. And I don't think we're holding enough cloth to do all the repairs that we need to do after getting attacked. Okay, what's the wolf situation? I haven't heard any awoos, but that very rude buddy who attacked us earlier also didn't have the courtesy to awoo. I think that's the grocery. We'll head there next. But for now, we're looking for cloth in here.
Slowing me down.
We're looking for cloth and guns. And surely we won't find that in the kitchen. But you never know. In fact, you might not find anything in a kitchen.
Is it food or...
Alright, what have you got? Show us what you got. Give us the goods, give us the bads, give us the uglies. Energy bar, nice. Energy bar, nice.
Someone's stash.
Condensed milk, nice. Each bit of this food is just a little bit closer to not having to take any detours in Mystery Lake. Let's see if those microwaves open. Okay, so we don't need the pot. Leave that. Check the fridge. Probably nothing worth taking in the fridge, even if there is anything. That would be if there is anything. Tinder plug, might as well. Alright, so we have some beds. Oh, you know what? There might be some ammunition or weapons in the office. Or randomly on the ground here. That I definitely wouldn't have seen if I didn't accidentally mouse over it. So let's check all the nooks, all the crannies. Ah, yes, perfect. The festive sweater. Talk about an upgrade. Okay, so Cowichan is 2.5, 2, 50 water resist, and 5. Festive is probably 1 Celsius, 3 Celsius, 15 water resist, and 3. So it's kind of a shame to lose the 50% water resist, but there are other things we have that will fail their water resist and start freezing before this sweater. So I think we wear the sweater on the outside and the other sweater on the inside. I'm so glad we have the festive sweater now. I'd forgotten that I'd seen it on that little chair before. So that's a good catch.
Wonder if the owner's around.
We don't need spray paint. We'll immediately drop spray paint because we're already so encumbered. But we will take the firewood. We just have the tiniest of tiny little jogs to get over to the grocer, or what I think is the grocer. And so it's okay if we're this slow and languid.
Hope nobody needs this.
We'll take that to rip it apart. Still think we're under the amount of cloth we need. And that's including failing some of our repairs. Not that we have yet. But it's got to be coming. Socks we'll take. Book we'll leave. I think we'll also... Yeah, I think we'll rip apart this towel. It only takes 6 minutes. Practically free. Alright. What have we got? More mittens. matches, no ammo, no guns. Show me the ammo. No ammo? Aha. More rifle ammunition. Every day we stray further from God. And closer to a sea in which no rifles have spawned. Because for this one, we're not going out of our way. We're not going out of our way like we did last time to try to find a damn rifle up in Hush River Valley. More coffee, huh? Nothing behind the door? Nope. Alright. Well, let's prepare for Wolf. They're going to be in this parking lot if they're anywhere. But if they are here, we'll just turn around.
Able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay, I don't see him, I don't hear him. So we'll try to limp over. We may have lucked out. For once in our life, we may have lucked out on the wolf side of things. Look at that. That's a rural grocer if you've ever seen one. We only have one scent mark. We shouldn't be attracting wolves from very far away. So I think what we do is we check these cars before we go inside. Let's actually check the back door as well. Well, I guess we'll take the scarf. Alright. Why do no Canadians have truck guns? What kind of self-respecting rural individuals do they think they are? Or aren't, as the case may be. Now, there is a non-zero probability that there's a prepper cache up in the hills over there. If there really are no wolves... There's a wolf that way. If there's no wolves over across the bridge, maybe we do take a very quick detour when we're done here. Who puts fur firewood in their trunk? Who does that? Who does that? I'm only picking this stuff up because we're right close to the inside and we might burn it. If not, we can always drop it. Rifle cartridge and matches and no rifle. Who does this? Can we break it open the ATM and get some cash? No. No, we can't. Alright, show me the rural grocer. Show it to me.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Rural store. Compare. Rural store. Perfect. Alright, so I didn't realize there was a laptop here. But it's been about 4.5 hours. I think before we end, we can at the very least finish up a couple more locations. But for now, look at all this nice food in here. We're probably going to have to be a little bit more picky with what we take with us. For now, let's take a few minutes for stretch break, which probably should have happened a while ago. Ooh, that feels nice. So let's take a stretch, take a walk, get the blood moving, do some pull-ups maybe, rehydrate if your hydration is gone, and maybe stretch your legs, you know, with some toe touches. I'll be back in a few. All right, I have returned. Model always freaks out a little bit when it only has a partial detection. It's kind of funny to watch. Okay, let's finish straining this tea. These delicious yerba mate leaves. Oop. All right, so we are in location number the 3rd. R is for rural store. Okay. So we can take our sweet time looting this place. Tons of food. I guess I should have expected that. Tons of delicious food. And we can try to bring as much of this as possible with us. Now, this is more soda than I've ever seen in any fridge in this game. And that's going to go a ways to us not having to make any water. Okay, so what do we got back here? Stump remover, useless. Lantern fuel, probably useless. Anything behind the register?
Where's the good stuff?
Yeah, where is the good stuff? A flare shell in the register. I'm not going to ask. I'm just not going to ask about that. And we're not going to get an answer that is going to confuse and terrify us. Even more soda and water. And what have we got in the back here? You know, I'm realizing there's no bed here. It's a good thing we have a bedroll.
I wonder who owns this stuff.
A toque we don't need. Okay, so we have, it's almost dusk, but not quite dusk. First order of business, let's eat some stuff. Like some banged up condensed milk. No one's ever gotten sick from condensed milk, right? Okay, good. So much food. And a soda should put us, basically top us up. And then what else do we do? We have, I guess, a bunch of stuff to repair. How many cloths do we currently have? We currently have 7. Oh, you know what? Before I forget, let's drop all the things on the ground here that we want to start curing. Like the deer hide and the gut. Okay, that's good. And I also wonder, arrow shaft needs a workbench. Okay, so basically making arrows, all of it needs a workbench. That's fine. That is a-okay. Let's start the napping. Actually, no, let's repair first until we get into the night. Because what that's going to do is it's going to let us basically not have to wait around for the light to come back. All right, what is worth a repair? Oh, that's right, the snow pants. Oh my god. So I'd just like to make a quick note. And that is, we have been using this sewing kit since the beginning. Just this one sewing kit. Every time you use it, it goes down 5%. So to go from 100% that it started with to 30%, that's 14 uses. And we haven't failed a single sewing yet. So the probability of not failing once, so of succeeding once, is 0.7. The probability of succeeding twice is 0.7 squared, so 0.49. Call that 0.5. The probability of succeeding twice in a row, which is 0.5, 7 times in a row is 0.5 to the 7. So that's 1/2 to the 7. So 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Where is it? 64, 128. Less than a, and remember, that's for 0.5%, not 0.49%, not percent. 0.5 chance, not 0.49 chance. This is 1 in 100 lucky when it comes to sewing. Absolutely outrageous. Actually, is there solid evidence of this in the stats? Items crafted. Blizzards, falls, just the one fall, no big deal. Rib, frostbite, parasite, no. Fever, scurvy, blood loss. No, this is just bad things to happen. Fire started, can openers, cans, plants, items. There's looted, crafted, broken down. Plants harvested, but there isn't a list of how many times you've repaired and how many times you've failed to repair. That's kind of disappointing. Successful repairs. 14. 14 successful repairs in a row. It doesn't say failed repairs, but I suppose the evidence of that is the 31% sewing kit. Well, there is a way you could fudge it, but I'm too honorable. It's fine. It's okay if things start failing now. I'm over it. I'm over it, I say. But there's nothing I'm really desperate to fix. Yeah, everything's mostly above 70% that we're wearing. And we still have 5 cloths. That is... I'm okay with having 5 cloths. So let's drop all the clothes that we're not actually wearing. This, and this, and this, and I guess that's all. Okay, so I guess now we start the wait. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing else to be done right now. So 3 days. 3 days of tea sipping. That almost went down the wrong hatch. Some of it did. We'll do a peach. Ain't that a peach? Woof. And I mean that as in woof, not roof. And what else to do but wait for 12 hours? And this delicious brownie that I baked. You know, I'm seriously thinking about making a banana bread, like a sweet cream yeasted banana bread. I don't know if there are any thoughts from the peanut gallery from that. But it sounds like a good idea and a very good use of my flour. All right, where the soda's at. I guess we could eat the man food. Surely, man food is for man, so man can't get sick from eating man food. Surely. Exactly. A soda, and I suppose we did pick up some water. How much water? 4 liters of water. That's a lot more water than I thought we had. Oh, we also... Yeah, that makes sense. Because we boiled 4 liters up to the last place. All right, past time. 9 hours. At what point do you start inventing new games to play with cards? At what point is too much solitaire too much?
I need to find a place to rest.
Stay up until midnight playing solitaire. And then sleep until noon. Sounds healthy. It sounds very healthy. So this should be what? Something like a day and a half? Let's check. Rural store, 2 days. Okay, that's good. That is good. That is ahead of where I thought we would be. Definitely ahead of where I thought we would be. Yeah, condensed milk has the same mass as a soda. I think it provides almost, if not the exact same amount of thirst, but it's got like 3 times as many calories. So condensed milk is much better than soda. I just realized this. I thought that condensed milk would have like half a kilogram mass, but apparently not. Okay, so let's see. When are we going to finish our timer? It's going to be something like early afternoon, isn't it? If I get it exactly on, I mean. I would like to just be able to scoot out immediately and go to the barn. I think I know where it is. I also think I know where there might be a rifle spawn on the way there. So that's only a slight detour. We'll see. All right, soda me up.
Snow, nothing to drink.
Nothing to drink? What do you mean, Mackenzie? You have all this Stacy's grape soda, full of high fructose corn syrup. Delicious. That's right, you play cards for 12 hours, chug 3 cans of soda, and then sleep for 6. What exactly are we at? 2.4. So we need a half day. We do need more, about 12 hours from here. So let's pass time for 4 hours. And then we'll sleep the rest. And that should put us pretty dang close. Yeah, I think that should just barely put us over the edge. I cast sleep. Hello. Welcome. We are busy sleeping. Wouldn't you know it? In this bedroll. Okay, so let's make sure we don't dehydrate by waking up and immediately chugging 2 cans of soda. We're currently doing a challenge in the long dark where we have to go to different locations and vibe there for some number of days. Okay, so all those are cured. They're actually not all cured, but we're picking them up because we're leaving. But we have way too much stuff in our inventory. I'm not willing to drop any of the food. I am willing to drop the water. In fact, all of the water. We can always make some more later. What else are we carrying that is so heavy? We don't need any of these cans. What else can we ditch? Do we really need 10 flares? We can probably get by with just a couple. We also have the marine flares. What else do we have? So nothing here to drop. This is kind of heavy, but not that bad. Well, we can drop the lantern fuel. What else? The last time you played this, you died by a moose because you didn't know a revolver couldn't kill it. So my understanding is that the revolver can eventually kill the moose, but it's extremely rare for it to happen the first time. Yeah, we just have like 15 kilograms of food. Oh, there's also the firewood we can drop. We don't need any of this firewood. I think the place we're going has a bunch of firewood. Okay. I like to be under 10 kilograms over the carry limit, because if you're over 10 kilograms over, you really start walking slow, as you know.
This pack
But this is the challenge where you have to run around and basically. Oh, you know what we were gonna do? There's possibly a prepper cache up in that hill. Let's take a quick detour and check for the cache. It should be quick. We should still be able to make it to the next location by dusk, or at least late dusk. And we can actually probably drop a bunch. 40 bullets, 3 wolves attacking you as well. You just need to keep using the bullets. Just keep using the bullets, and eventually something good will happen. At least that's my understanding. The only time I hunt a moose is when I have a ton of arrows and a place that I can be up in the, like, you know, up in the, somewhere up high where it can't get to me. Gengar, you've returned. So Gengar, this particular challenge, it's been pretty chill so far, especially since I made the judicious choice of heading up towards Timberwolf first. But basically the goal is, there's a list of locations that the journal gives you, and you need to basically chill there at each location for 3 days. That's a wolf. But I think we can, you know what? I should have dropped all that smelly stuff that I'm carrying, because he's probably going to hunt us. But we're running fast, so it should be alright. But we need to basically spend 3 days at each location for this challenge. And so far, I've pretty much set us up. We've got great clothing. We've got great tools. We've got tons of fire starting stuff. Tons of food. We really lucked, well, we actually didn't look out at Timberwolf Mountain. We cracked open a bunch of containers that fell out of the plane, and not a single one of them had a damn gun. So I have literally everything that I would consider to be almost quasi-end tier loot gear, except for a gun. So literally the only thing we have to defend ourselves against this wildlife is flares and rocks. And not even a flare gun, a handheld flare. But currently, we are in Pleasant Valley. As you can maybe notice, the valley all the way over in the distance there. And we're going up the hill that is above the town because there could be a prepper cache up one of these little nooks. I can never remember which one, and they're not always there. So this may be fruitless, but it may also be fruitful, as you would find on a tomato bush. Oop, up, up, up. I don't want to break an ankle. We aren't over encumbered, but I still don't want to risk it. Okay, it's somewhere up on the right here. Nestled in on the top of one of these hills. But I don't remember exactly where. If we have to cross the river, I think we've gone too far. Yeah, you know what? I think it's probably right here if it's here. But I don't think it's here. Let's just verify for sure. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's not here. So let's head back. Head back, pick up our 15 kilograms of food. All of that food. And then we'll head on to the next space, the next spot. When the deep space finally catches on to you, and you can see things begin pursuing you, but while you're fleeing, you no longer hear the other people screaming at you. Maybe you no longer hear the other people screaming at you because the deep state got them. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the prepper cache would be like here or in the other place. I don't think it would be behind that rock. Behind this rock. So, where'd that wolf go? There. Okay, so it's in a spot we can sneak by. I think. I hope. Let's just be a little quick. I've had not the greatest luck with wolves recently. I may or may not, or actually may, have gotten slightly nibbled by one earlier. Only slightly, though. Because Mackenzie has a weak throwing arm, and he missed his rock. I don't know where Buddy went. Ophelia, that sounds like exactly the kind of thing a bot would ask. I also don't have a Discord, so rip. But I do have this tea. You can't see it, but I'm drinking it. Okay, so I'm about 70% sure where the next location is. Yeah, I mean, so many bots just, I don't know. It's a thing. It's a thing. Let's pick up all this food. It would be a shame to lose all this food. Oh yeah, you checked. I mean, first off, who just jumps in and is like, oh, what's your IG, yo? It seems like, you know, not the kind of thing a real person would ask.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
You can't drop any of this food, Mackenzie. You need to eat all of it. Okay, so we just did actually, you know what? I should probably check to make sure. This is the second time I almost left prematurely. So right now we're at the rural store. I don't know if you can see, but it's 2.9 out of 3 days. I almost left the mountaineer's hut, also at 2.9 out of 3 days. That would have been bad. So the next order of business is we're going to be heading down the road and across the field. I think that's where the barn is. But for now, let's do a quick hour nap and see if we can get that last tenth of a day in, even though a tenth of a day is 2.4 hours. All right, show me what you got. That's the wrong thing. And yes, 3 out of 3. Check mark. Just double check. Rural store, check mark. Okay. Autobots roll out, I suppose. Yeah. A little bit closer to dusk than I would prefer, but we don't have very far to walk. So Flora, hopefully, if I'm right about where we're going, we'll see pretty soon. Actually, you know what? I almost forgot again. If you recall, eventually, on the way to this field that we're going to, I think somewhere on the left, there's a burnt out house / cabin / garage that may or may not have a rifle on it. Because it seems like in all of these challenges, it's like my kingdom for some kind of a firearm. The last challenge we did, the Whiteout challenge, had to run all the way to Hushed River Valley and almost didn't even find a rifle there. This one, you know, we cracked open probably at least 10 containers at Timberwolf and didn't find a single rifle or revolver there either. Hopefully, though, up here somewhere there might be one. If not, I think the next likely place to look is Trapper's Cabin, and that's not going to be for a while. But first, let's see if we got anything in the glove compartment here. Nothing. Nothing on the seats. Absolute garbaggio. But I do want to keep an eye out to the left. Because you never know if there might be things on the left. Although at this rate, we're going to have to cut right before we find that little burnt out shack. Actually, we probably are going to have to find the burnt out shack later, because if I remember in the episodes, that shack is one of the first things you find after you spawn in episode 2. No, in episode 3. Episode 2 is about the bear. And where you spawn is just over that bridge. So if it's not in the clearing here to the left, it's going to be over the bridge, and I don't think we want to go No, we do have to go over the bridge. There's one more bridge. There's something. It's somewhere. Things are places. People are, you know. You know. So 2 bridges. I forgot about 50% of the bridges. Don't judge me. Don't judge me, Your Honor. I don't know about you guys, but this weather in the current time of day, it feels kind of melancholy. And I don't say that just because of the green melon color of the sky over there. Very quiet. No snow, no wind. Hardly any clouds. Nothing even is a-wooing right now to keep us company. Well, except for Buddy back there. I cannot believe how far away I heard that a-woo just now. Usually, when I hear an a-woo and it seems like it's as far as possible, it'll be like, I don't know, over at that tree in the middle of the screen, which is not very far. Okay, I hear an a-woo over that hill too. Luckily we're not going that way, at least quite yet. We're going, I believe, to that red barn. But I think we should stop by this car over here first. I've had some extremely good luck with looting this car in the past. Like, food and matches and a rifle. Not a rifle. And a hunting knife, good luck. Can you tell what's on my mind? I need to find a rifle. Or I'd take a revolver too. I would take a revolver. I would take a flare gun. Hell, I would take a flare gun. But some things are not meant to be. Alright, what you got?
I think I can use this.
We'll compare. If our bedroll's better, which it probably is, I don't think we need it, because our clothes are pretty good right now. The clothes are quite nice. Oh man, of course, yet again, the direction we're walking and the wind is blowing against us. Oh, that's right, I forgot to check. Bedroll situation. We got a 77 and an 83. We picked up the 77, so that was useless. That was not worth the effort. Brownie. So, I may have mused this earlier when no one was here. What do you guys think about a sweet cream yeasted banana bread? Now, what I mean by that is basically a normal banana bread recipe has flour, of course, but it's leavened, made fluffy, with baking soda. No, baking powder. Baking soda needs an acid to react. Baking powder has that acid in it. But yeasted would be more like a regular bread that you make, but you would add less fluid, and you would mix in the bananas. So normal bread that I make is it's flour, yeast, water, salt, and whatever mix-ins you want. Instead, what I would want to do is maybe cut the flour in half. No, not the flour. I always say the exact opposite of what I mean to say. Not the exact opposite, but the emotional opposite. Cut the water in half. Regular amount of flour. Probably 3 cups of flour, maybe... Oh, 4 cups of flour. Maybe only 3/4 of a cup of water. Or fluid, let's say, for now. Because I'd add 4 bananas, mashed up, and the bananas have their own fluid. To make it the sweet cream aspect of the sweet cream banana bread, what I would do, and don't judge me for this, but what I would do is use probably 3/4 of a cup of coffee creamer, like sweet cream coffee creamer that I have. Because it's dairy based and I'm worried that it's going to go bad before I use all of it. Okay. I'm hoping this says barn. Please say barn.
Too heavy.
And barn. Nailed it. Okay, multiple good things are about to happen. One is we're going to drop a bunch of this stuff that hasn't cured, specifically the deer hide and the gut. Two, the second good thing that's going to happen is we're going to finally be able to turn these birch saplings into arrow shafts. Three, the second good thing that's going to happen is we're going to turn one of these gut and 3 of these rabbit pelts into a hat. Because currently, we only have this noob Canada man hat. Okay, so scrap metal, we don't need it. Table, that's fine. Okay, it is almost dusk. We can start in the morning. So what we're going to do is pop down our bedroll. We're going to pass time for maybe 5 hours. And then we'll sleep until morning. Because the morning times are exactly when work needs to get done. We might not be able to make it quite until dawn. It might be just before dawn. It is just before dawn. So we wait 2 more hours. I just need to be able to see where I'm going because there is a bit of broken plank up there, and I will fall through it if I'm allowed to. But I would very much like not to. Ah, yes. Immediately after waking up, you chug 3 cans of soda. That sounds like a very healthy diet. It's past dawn. How are we still so dark inside here? I don't even hear a blizzard outside, so it's not like it's cloudy or something. Okay, there we go. And I'm trying to remember, there was a bunch of firewood. We can use that to cook water. I don't think we have enough water to survive the whole 3 days here. And here is our hobo stove, the fire barrel. And if we're super desperate for burn time, we can break down some of these crates. But until then... What the heck was that? That was a weird bit of geometry that made the camera go wonky. Okay, until then... let's start with the arrow shafts, I suppose. Begin crafting. This many shafts should honestly last us indefinitely. We do have 2 arrowheads available. So might as well. Might as well. And then on the clothing side of things, we can make a hat. We can one-shot the hat. Probably. Ah, glorious. Glorious. Although I did just repair the tooth, that kind of feels like a waste now. But at any rate, this is actually only marginally better, actually. I was expecting something more. Oh well. Marginally better is better. And it's also something that is not competing for cloth resources to be repaired. Even after that wolf attack, nothing else is too damaged. We already repaired some. I don't think there's anything else to do with that workbench. I'm pretty sure I already checked in this car. I did. So now it begins, the great wakening of our time. If we can drink some soda first. Let's think. This stuff that we dropped probably has a mass of something like 2 kilograms. It's just a deer hide and some gut. This has 1 kilogram, so we're probably around 42 kilograms encumbered. I'd like to stay at 45 kilograms or less, because we'll still be walking fast, which means there is a decent chunk of space in our inventory for water. And if I recall, there's a bunch of wood in one of these stalls. Yes, here we go. 2 cedars and a fir. So that's good for at least 6 liters of water. If we can find a little bit more, actually, you know what we can do? We can break down some of these boxes while the water is boiling. We'll break down a box and then the reclaimed wood will take us the rest of the way. And we might as well, let's save the accelerant because you never know when an emergency will arise. And we have tons of matches. Tons and tons of matches. But I would still like to keep the Fire Striker in reserve for, again, you never know. Not that I've ever used it more than a handful of times.
Come on.
It's like an elixir in Final Fantasy. I never use it, even though there's a lot of times it could be useful.
Pretty well.
Because I might need it later. You might need it later. Alright. Water. The glorious, amazing cooking pots. My favorite. But we need to add more burn time. You and you. And you. We'll keep some sticks. Actually, you know what? If we add you, 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4 hours and 20 minutes will get us 8 liters of water. I'm trying to estimate how much water we're going to drink sitting here. If it's less than 5 liters, 5 liters in 3 days. I think just to be safe, we ought to get one more. Yeah, and it only takes 30 minutes to break down. We ought to get one more batch in. But otherwise, another way to pass the time. Wata. And burl. Burl.
This pack
Something
is
in trouble.
too heavy to carry.
"19 minutes. Let's remember to add the wood instead of letting the fire burn out. And this should be what? 12 liters total? I think this should be 12 liters. Pick up, and I don't remember where I put the bedroll. I think it's on the other side of the car. Okay, there it is. Surely, throwing this torch at some hay bales will not start a fire. I suppose it bounced off of that geometry and the weird hitbox, so we should be safe. Surely, it should be safe to fall asleep while a torch is going in a barn, right? I don't think Lassie has ever had to deal with a problem that started with that premise. At least it sounds right. We're probably not going to get more than 8 hours of sleep, so we're not even close to losing well fed. It's not a concern. What can we do? We can do peaches. We can do sardines. Actually, I never realized how good sardines are in terms of calories per kilogram. So instead of sardines, we'll do tomato soup. And if we need to, the maple syrup. I don't think we need to do the maple syrup. Just literally chugging maple syrup is what's going to happen soon. But until then, we rest for 12 hours and hope that we don't get cabin fever. You can't always get so lucky, but sometimes you can. Although, it would be a very large troll on the part of the developers if they didn't take cabin fever out as an affliction for this challenge. Considering that it basically asks you to stay inside for spans of 3 days at a time. That's good. And what else do we have to eat? I guess we're more thirsty than hungry. Which is why we got this one. Look at all this food. 25 kilograms of food. Although I suppose minus the water, it's only 14 kilograms. Which is a completely reasonable amount of food. Right? Completely reasonable. I'm of two minds here. Part of me wishes that this past time happened immediately like sleeping. But the other part knows that it's actually very useful to be able to pass time and be aware of what's happening around you. Because if, for example, the weather changes, or there's an aurora, or you hear the pitter-patter of paw pads sneaking up from behind, it's good to be able to stop on demand and be able to handle whatever changed. But for a challenge like this, it's a little bit annoying. Okay, we're hungry for... what do we want to eat? First, we chug the maple syrup. A very Canadian thing to do. And next... Yeah, next I think it's the chocolate bars. I forgot we should drink first. It's the chocolate bars.
Need a drink.
Because what I want to do is eat the things that are the heaviest for their calories first. Just so it'll be easier to have a bunch of food later. So each of these, the airline foods, are, of which we have many. These are 2,500 per kilogram, and the vegetarians are a little bit more than 2,000 calories per kilogram. The beef jerky is 3,500 per kilogram. Chocolate bars also 2,500 per kilogram. I believe that the cattail stalks are 3,000 per kilogram. Energy bars are 5,000. Granola bars are 3,000. Ketchups are 3,000. And the crackers are 6,000. Go figure. For something that's all carbs, it should probably be less than the ketchup chips per kilogram, because fats and lipids have, I think, more than twice the amount of calories per gram. Oh well. But that means that the airline food is currently the lowest bidder. And never mind that it gives you a little bit of water back, a little bit of thirst back. We can always boil more water if we need to. It's not an important enough reason for us to keep them around. Now that we have 2 cooking pots, water is the easiest thing to find. All right, how much time have we been here? Oh, barn, we already hit 3 days? Wow. To be honest, I thought it would be only 2 or something. All right, so that's fine. We definitely didn't need this much water. But I should put that down, and we probably shouldn't go anywhere until morning. So let's pass time for maybe 5 hours and then sleep the rest. 5 hours might not be enough time to get us till dawn. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. So let's rest for 2 more. And then we can sleep. Here we go. Probably get 5 or 6 hours of sleep. This should put us till late morning, which is the perfect time to leave. All right, excellent. Let's pick up these things. Let us decide what to keep and what to ditch. First off, let's finish some...
I would drink almost anything about now.
You could drink a vegetarian airline food. How do I know? Well, you just did it. Okay. That's food. Now we can drink, and we can easily drop enough water. Easily. To be under my preferred encumbrance limit. Yeah, 2 liters is plenty, and we're pretty light, actually. So let's think. Fire, 2 sticks is fine for now. With 17 cattail heads, we probably don't need these tinder plugs. And we don't need these recycled cans. I'm kind of regretting dropping all of those flares. But I'm sure we'll find more. And I'm also sure we'll find a flare gun to use all these flare shells. And a rifle or a revolver to use these 62 revolver bullets. Or these 16 rifle cartridges that we've already found. That have cursed us to never actually find something to shoot them out of. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the journal. So, camp office, trapper's cabin, forestry lookout, upper dam, lower dam. I think the first 4 of these locations, I think they're in Mystery Lake. Barn, radio control hut, Skeeter's Ridge, and rural store. These 4 are here in Pleasant Valley. We've been to the radio control hut before. That was one of the first places we went, but only to stop off to find some good clothes. And we did find some good clothes. I think we're still wearing them. The Quonset Garage and Abandoned Lookout. I believe these 2 are in the Coastal Highway. The Lonely Lighthouse and Stone Church. I think these 2 are in Desolation Point. And the Cinder Hills Coal Mine and Crumbling Highway Basement. I believe the Cinder Hills Coal Mine is the mine that is between Desolation Point and the Crumbling Highway. And the Crumbling Highway Basement, I know where that is. There's really only one interval building there. So, our current order of business is, first off, let's not forget to go and check that burnt out shack for a rifle. And second, we're going up to the radio hut.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
In that order. Where's the road? I think it's there. I think the fence, the road goes by the fence. As long as we don't go too far to the right, we shouldn't have trouble with these wolves over here. Hold on. I guess it is mid-morning. This feels much earlier, like an early morning as opposed to halfway to noon. But oh well. What I'm planning to do, and this seems to be how I always go up to the radio hut, the radio shack, we're going to go down the road And then we're going to pass the Radio Shack, and then we're going to turn left the valley that leads to it, or leads very close to it. Because that way, I won't get lost. Actually, I lied. If I see any reasonable way up into those hills, we'll take it. Because if we can drop by the... There's a fishing spot in the pond on the upper... Basically the upper area over there. And there might be something nice there. But let's not forget the burnt-out shack to the left. I hear an awoo past that rock. Not very far past, but also not very close. Medium distance awoo. Hopefully not our problem. We just want to keep looking left here. I believe, unless we've... You know what? I think it's right before the bridge. I think it's probably past this big boulder in front of us. But then again, my memory is usually only approximate. And who knows, maybe there's some deer nearby. We can admire their majesty. And that's a lot of wind that just blew up. We have pretty good clothing, but apparently not good enough to challenge this wind. Yeah, I really think it should be over in here. Let's take a very close look. There it is. There we go. But the main question, of course, is does Buddy have anything good? I think we can probably head into the hills over there. It looks like a lot of white. And that is some fast-moving clouds. Alright, show me what you got, bud. Something good. Surely something good.
Excellent.
It is excellent.
I can barely walk with
Finally.
this much gear.
Finally. So it turns out we actually initially spawned in the house that's just past that tree line. In the field in front of us. So we could have just dropped by here and had a rifle the whole time. It's kind of depressing. But at the same time, as long as we found it, we found it. I also have a plan to make a survival bow, and we already have a bunch of arrows. So I think at this point, we might actually be pretty safe. Okay. I guess we don't really have to swing by this cabin. Well, is that a bear? That is a bear. Well, I guess it's better that we don't go that way. And that is our destination. And that's a deer. Okay, so the rifle's heavy. I think we can actually probably drop this water. That'll get us moving a bit faster. Delicious, delicious tea. I think I know approximately where we are. Or perhaps the better thing to say is, I think I might know approximately where we're going to get spit out after we go past these rocks. Yeah. Because that waterfall is fed from the pond, I believe. So the pond should be something like that direction. And it shouldn't be very far either. We're walking over here. Oh, that's a tree. I know, finally Flora. Or I guess not Flora, but her place. So can you believe it? We spawned in the farmhouse right over there, and the gun was in the shack right across the road. I even checked the barn that's nearby before leaving and heading north. But I suppose it's all for the best. Because if I was holding on to this gun the whole time, I would have gone up and down the rope to Timberwolf with the gun. And that's 4 kilograms less stuff that we could have brought along with us. So perhaps it's a blessing in disguise. Perhaps it's somehow we lucked out a little bit. Okay, so there are a couple of possible wolves between us and our next destination. But just a couple of spots. I think we can... Aha, flask. Return the flask. Also, this flask is dented as and rusted as hell. I just dropped water. I don't know why I picked that water up. We don't need the can. I'll take the energy bar, though. Hatchet.
Thank goodness.
Not thank goodness, we don't need it. Revolver cartridge. Okay. I think what we do, we'll head this way. Because instead of going over the bridge where there's possibly a wolf, and I suppose we could also check that, but we don't really need anything that could be there. What we're going to do is just go straight across the trees. And that should avoid any possible wolves in our way. So normally I chop down every sapling I see, but I actually left a maple sapling already curing in the radio hut. And there should be a gut there too. So once we get to the upper dam, we're going to go through the lower dam, we get to the upper dam, we should be able to directly make a survival bow. So we can utilize these arrows that we just crafted. And that's pretty much all we need for weapons and hunting equipment. It's just a matter of going to the other locations and hoping that there are no moose on the way. Please don't be too steep to walk up. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess the steep incline little icon disappeared. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My understanding is that you only start risking a broken ankle or a broken wrist after 10 seconds. And then you start rolling to see if you get unlucky. It's noon. The sun doesn't look like noon, but it's noon. And the air is warming up. The wind is still strong. No wolf? No wolf. The wind is still very strong, but we have only 7 Celsius windproof. We do have 22 warmth. And so we only have 1 temperature arrow pointing down at the moment. And we can spend a lot of time out in this kind of weather. If only I could walk faster. That's it for my tea. It has all been consumed. Every last drop. And that looks a hell of a lot like a blizzard trying to come in. With the wind, the snow, and I believe I see some fog entering as well. So we don't actually have all that much more time of good visibility. Luckily, I believe it's just between those rocks. I mean, I thought it was a blizzard, but somehow the wind stopped. It's certainly getting foggier, though. It feels like dusk, though it's noon. But as long as we follow this trench of a road, we can't get lost. Well, I shouldn't say that. I would find a way to get lost. But you guys would be fine. Okay, so it turns out that it's not a blizzard. It's actually just a regular snowfall. And I'm okay with that. We're under 10 kilograms over. How are we walking so slow? We should be walking faster than this. You know what? There's literally no point in not sprinting. It's only a little bit faster. But I can't think of a single good reason not to. We have the fatigue, we're close enough. And once we get inside, we're just going to be chilling. So it just doesn't matter. It feels strange to be able to sprint with literally no downside. Actually, I suppose the only downside is if I sprint now, I can't sprint later. I have to wait. That sounds like a wolf pack somewhere beyond that rock in the trees. Okay, so we need 3 days. 3 days. How much water do we have? We have half liter of water. That's not enough. But if we chop one of these limbs down, I think I left some water inside as well. Certainly, yeah, with a fir limb, easy. That's what? Probably close to 4 hours of burn time? No.
Feels like a lot
Each one is an hour and a half. That should be 4.5 hours of burn time, which is good enough for 8 liters of water. 8 liters of water? 8 liters of water. And as we saw back in the barn, we're certainly not going to drink anywhere near that. I lied. There was 1 drop of tea left. Emphasis on was. Okay. Looks kind of ominous in the snow, huh? If I had dragged that mountaineering rope all the way back from the mountaineer's hut, I could have deployed it here and then never used it. But let's get inside and see what I left for future me. Okay, show me what you got. We have on the floor, storm lantern, sewing kits, cans, jerry can.
All this gear
In the
is
locker,
slowing me
we've
down.
got food, firearm. We do have to clean the firearm. More food, and water. We might not even have to cook anything. With all this soup, all these sodas. In fact, I'm feeling pretty confident in saying we don't have to. And we can take 2 flares. Take 2 of our precious flares back. Alright. First order business. Check. Is there any clothing that is worth repairing right now? I'm gonna say no. Maybe the ear wrap soon, but not yet. Then, let's use one of these 3 firearm cleaning kits. And first off, always unload your rifle before you clean it, and then clean it. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Sugar, sugar. I got my pipe cleaners. I got my nylon brush. I got my ballistol. I got my boar snake. What else could you need? The only downside is it only cleans like 3% at once. 4%, I suppose, now that we're past 33%. Skill, I mean. Yeah, 12 minutes, so let's see, 4% each. Well, 2 hours seems like much too long to need to clean a bolt-action rifle. Even from, well, I suppose from 50%, what would that be? Maybe just a really fouled barrel. Because the action is simple enough. Just soak it and then give it a brush. It should be fine. And the barrel, again, you just keep running the cleaning rod or the boar snake through it, and eventually it'll come out clean. Okay. And let's not harvest that. Surely we don't need 2 of these, but we might as well keep them. Okay, now what else do we have? Ah, that's right. There was a pelt and gut. And also the sapling. The maple sapling is something that I definitely forgot, but is something I definitely don't want to forget. The storm lantern, this guy, is going to be useful for going through caves. We'll keep that with us. And the jerry can we don't need, because the storm lantern is already full. And oh my goodness, the decadence. A proper bed to sleep in? Sounds pretty good to me. All of these places have already been looted. I actually found both the military coat and the old-fashioned parka here. I think one of them was underneath the bed. There's also some combat boots. Oh yeah, there were combat boots. We were going to consider switching out from the trail boots to the combat boots when we came back here. But I think at this point, 1, we don't have so many cured leathers that we could really repair these guys. And 2, they're very heavy. I think I would rather an extra kilogram of food and the trail boots than the combat boots. So let's put a pin in that and get our nap on. We need 2.5 days here. Of course, you start out with some airline food. Maybe a soda? Oh, I thought there was a soda. 1 lonely soda. Mackenzie's going to go into withdrawal. He's definitely going to go into withdrawal. Probably only sleep for 7 hours, honestly, before he wakes up. Okay, next order of business. So that's 6. We need 2.5 days, 48. We need 60 hours. That's 6. Going by 12s, is it that bad? Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is. Trying to estimate how many times we have to sleep and or rest. It would be 5 12-hour rests. Or I guess 4.5. But with sleeping, it's probably 3 full past times, and then whatever sleeping fills in the gaps. Flipped up, flipped up, flipped up, flipped up. Come on, this is brutal. The waiting game. All right, there we go. Grab a bite to drink, which is really the important thing right now. We're nowhere near at risk of losing well-fed. So I think we can maybe pass time for another 12 hours. No, we can probably only get away with 9 or 10. Because at that point, we'd be pushing the fatigue a little bit. Staying up for 24 hours straight, even if we're just playing solitaire the whole time. Or maybe playing war with ourselves. Or maybe doing something else, who knows. So that's 2 or 3. I've lost track. We'll sleep for 12 hours.
It's making me feel tired.
We'll sleep for 12 hours, and then we'll see how we're feeling. And probably fit one more of these in our tummy. Might be close. Okay, nice. Barely fit it. Man, this stuff is so heavy. Let's remember to eat the venison. The venison is terrible calories for the weight. All hunted food is compared to most processed foods. We can sleep for 12 and wake up in the late morning. Okay, so how's our timer looking? We need a little bit less than a day. So something like 18 hours. We can start, so if we have time for 12, and then we sleep for about 6, you know, that's pretty close. That'll bring us pretty close to next to dawn. Which would be a perfect time to leave. So much carry weight. Need to decide what else to drop. Past time for 12. That'll give us 0.5 of a day, and we need 0.7. This past time should end somewhere near midnight, maybe 10 or 11 p.m. And then we can pass a little bit more time, and then sleep for 6 hours until mid-morning. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to pass a little bit more time. Somewhat superfluous, in the sense that we don't need it on the timer. Oh yeah, we might actually have to sleep, pass time for 3 more hours. But there's no real rush. Location complete radio control hut. Why do I feel like that's the first time I've seen the location complete mark? I'm a little bit concerned now. I have check marks on all the others, but does it count? I hope so. We'll eat these garbage, dusty tomato soups. Tomato soups only have, I guess they're decent-ish for water. They're actually not very good for water. But they only have 1,200 calories per kilogram. Which isn't great. I guess one of the only upsides is you can cook them in case you are very cold. And we're not even going to finish that, are we? Okay. Drop these. We need to figure out what to drop. We don't need the torch. We don't need the stones anymore. I can't believe we're actually doing some serious damage on this can opener. I've never had a can opener break before. Okay, let's think. That's right, we picked up that fur firewood, which we no longer need. And surely we don't need 17 cattail heads. Or probably accelerant either, but you never know. We definitely don't need 10 bandages. 4 bandages is probably still more than enough. Still don't want to repair any of the clothes. It really is just all food. 17 kilograms, 17.5 kilograms of food. But you know what? I forgot we're going to need to sleep again. Let's do the water, and then let's sleep for 9 hours. That should bring us up to full. And we can eat and drink, and then drop the bad stuff. That is the heavy stuff for the not so calorically dense stuff. For example, I'm eyeing that maple syrup, but we're not hungry enough to eat it. Okay. Yeah, I guess we dropped the peaches. They're not very good caloric-wise. Peanut butter is also kind of meh. Maple syrup, so times 3 is, what is that? Something like, it's almost 3,000 calories. That's decent-ish. Okay, and really the thing that's bringing us down now is this storm lantern. But we also can't afford to drop it. Can't afford to drop the pry bar or the rifle or the hatchet. Rabbit pelt? I guess we don't really need the rabbit pelt, but it's only 0.1. Let's try to head out. We're not so slow that it's miserable.
It's starting to weigh me down.
I suppose there's someone at the bottom of that climbing rope spot that fell off. Okay, here's the plan. We head down the road, and we keep going straight when the road turns. That should lead us to a hunting line. And who knows, there may be another rifle at the hunting line. Stranger things have happened. But first, let's just triple check. Barn, check. Radio control, check. Skeeters, check. Rural store, check. And the other ones on the sides, they're in different locations. Okay. As long as there's no wind, this is acceptable. But if we start to get some wind, we're going to have problems. Wind or wolves? I believe, though, perhaps we are walking fast enough not to be worrying about wolves, as long as we can get them behind us. It's not that tall an ask, is it? Yeah, somewhere through these trees is our hunting blind. Maybe it's even over to the left there. See that gradually upslope of the hill on the skyline there? I believe at the top of that, there's probably another dead deer. We can get our second of 2 necessary deer pelts from it. There's a person dead next to the deer, if the deer's there, hopefully. And with luck, we'll be able to use that to make some deerskin boots. We'll probably have to cure the boots in the dam, and then actually get around to fabricating the boots when we get over to the trappers. No, not the trappers. Probably the camp office first. Yes, the camp office does have a workbench. That's a wolf. We don't have any scent marks, despite having some cured gut and cured hides. And that far away should be our problem. Let's keep going this way. Look for strange lumps on the ground like the one that's at the base of that tree in the distance. And listen for crows. I think there also might be a cave in that rock area over there, but I don't care enough to search it. It's probably got, at best, maybe some matches and some logs. We don't need any of that. In fact, we should probably drop a bunch of these matches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you know what? As much as I hate to do it, we can probably drop around a kilogram's worth of matches here. Yeah, what is this? So that's 60 matches, 72, 92, 112. Yeah. We have more than 100 matches. Surely we're not going to have to light that many fires. Or surely we're not going to fail to light that many fires. Perhaps that's the relevant thing to say. Okay, what you got, bud? You got a revolver over here? Let's see. We're missing a revolver, and we're missing a flare gun. Once we have those two things, and we can manufacture our bow, we will have the quadfecta. Alright, now you will take your hide. I will not take your gut or your meat. Because that stuff is heavy. Alright, what you got? What if we're walking faster now? Well, I just dropped a bunch of matches and just picked more. I don't know why, but it feels like we're walking faster than before we harvested that deer. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Where's the hunting blind, though? I didn't know that's it. Here we are. I was getting a little bit worried. I feel like this isn't the best place for hunting blind. You can't see much from it. Ah, another broken arrow. Which is an excellent reason to pick up even more of those pro feathers. Revolver ammunition. We've got what? It must be pushing 70 rounds of revolver ammunition. 73 rounds of revolver ammunition. Oh, let's also reload the rifle. Now that we have cleaned it properly. Where did Mackenzie get those stripper clips? I've gone back and forth between Pleasant Valley and the hydroelectric so many times. I know exactly. Once I get to the hunter's point, I know exactly where the cave is. Please don't break an ankle. There we go. I believe our up is there. Or if not, it's shockingly close. No, it's probably over in this direction. That's too steep. This looks nice. Nice flat shelf to walk on. That's right. There's a person outside on the outside of that cave, which is what the crows are about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It's never nice walking up steep things when you're walking this slowly and you can't sprint. Always a modicum of concern. I think it's actually pronounced modicum, but I don't know. I've only ever seen it written. Alright, show me what you got. Then, well, that's not even a feather. Show me.
What have we here?
More matches. I have half a mind to navigate through this cave with matches instead of the storm lantern. Just because I feel like we're getting trolled.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Right. Now we are walking slow, so we are going to be burning a little bit more lamp oil than is ideal. But at the same time, what else are we going to use it for? Once we go through this mine, the only two other places I can even imagine using it, actually only one other place, is the cave. I guess it's actually the mine that we're looking for. That it is between Pleasant Valley and the not Pleasant Valley. This is a cave between Pleasant Valley and Mystery Lake. I mean, the other transition cave between the Crumbling Highway and Desolation Point. Probably could have gone down that plank again, but whatever. Whatever. I don't even know if I want to check the branching paths here. There's one over there. That's a dead end. Probably only has a couple logs of firewood on it. Well, honestly, what could it hurt? Surely, even if we don't... I'm probably going to drop this lantern at the dam once we get through the dam. Oh, that's another place. We're going to need this lantern inside the dam unless we manage to get there during the day. Yeah, look at that. Just a bunch of firewood and some coal. But even if we don't drop the storm lantern, surely somewhere in the dam we'll be able to find some lantern oil. It should be that much trouble. Okay, is there a dude or is there just a campfire? I will take the energy bar though. Very good calorie density. Somehow, salty crackers are better calorie density. But I guess the downside there is you have to have some water to drink afterwards. And if you can make water, you know, it's free real estate. I'm pretty sure this is a dead end. I think we want to be going down the other way. It also might be a donut. It might be a donut that loops around. It's a dead end. Okay, what you got? Got a backpack, you got a toque.
before the
Hoodie,
use
don't
is
need it.
over.
Bedroll, 89%. Isn't my bedroll 89? No, it's 76% now. So let's take your bedroll. Not that we'll ever... I mean, we could repair it if we need to. But not that this bedroll will ever break. But you might as well take the one that's higher condition. There's only a very small number of situations I can imagine it hurting you. That being, you leave something low condition in a place that you're going to come back to, and when you come back, you might be in a more dire strait. And so having something low condition instead of having something high condition might matter then. The long and the short of it is, if you can plan ahead, you can always reduce your risk. But if you don't feel like planning ahead, rule of thumb, I'm pretty sure that way is a dead end. I also see exit. I think I was mixing it up with a different cave. Actually, you know what? Might as well check, just to check. It couldn't be that long, could it? This passage, I mean. We got some firewood. And is this our dead end? Yeah. Yeah, we get a flare. Just one flare. There are some possible wolves in this next region, so the flare might be useful. But I think I know a way to get past the wolves. We don't have any scent marks, even though we do have, again, all that cured hide and gut. Also that new fresh deer hide. We do have fresh deer hide, right? Yeah. The light at the end of the tunnel was a fire. Scroobius pit. Alright, pop me out into the ravines. More ravines! The number of ravines is too low, and their number of ravines needs to be higher.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Suck it up, Mackenzie. Although it's so heavy, I don't think I'm even going to pick up the marshmallows. And that is a sad state of affairs. Yeah, we got rabbits. Just a little bit. Just passing, bud. I did mention there are two upper shelves on the way to the dam. One of them is a dead end, and one leads to the left side of the dam. The one with the dead end usually has a dead guy and a dead deer there. I'm wondering, is it worth it to check and see if they've got anything good? I think it might be. It's not that far out of the way. And we do have plenty of time until dusk. It's also, yeah, it's also not that... Please don't, I count. Okay, but we restarted the timer. I just need to remember the proper way to get up there, because there's two likely looking ways, and one of them is a trap. As long as there isn't a blizzard that pops up. Because I don't want to shimmy across the edge of the dam in blizzard. That would just be extremely unpleasant. I just realized, all this coffee and tea, and we haven't needed any of it. But there's been no reason. There's been no reason. We shouldn't be near the wolves yet. So I'm not concerned. Although again, I thought I was somewhere else. But now I recognize this little shelf of rocks. There should be deer somewhere on the shelf over the left, and I think I heard the crows and the deer to the right. And when I say up on the shelf, I don't mean down here. Down that direction is wolf country. I mean up there. And I think we have to go all the way back here to go around. Also, there's a cave. Probably just more firewood, maybe some matches. Yeah, not worth the trouble. As long as we can get up without breaking a leg. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, come on, there we go. That was too much cortisol for my taste. Thank you very much. Alright, Forvid, where are you going? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Just over this bridge. Okay, here we go. So we got maples, don't need it. Deer, okay, this was a good catch. Because he
I could use this.
has actually a pretty high condition arrow stuck in him. And we can check a little bit farther in case I forgot where the man is. Firewood, mushrooms, firewood, nothing. Okay, well that's fine. That's fun. I'm not mad about that at all. Of course, could use some feathers. We still probably have enough feathers to make something like 8 arrows, which is probably more than we're ever going to end up crafting. But I suppose they're also useful to make fishing lures in case we need to fish. Let's go down this way. We should be fast enough down that we can make it. There we go. And here we go. Let's see, where is the cheeky little spot to get up to the left? The earlier the better. The later, the more likely it is we run into those wolves. Of course, it's not impossible that the wolves are up by the dam and we have to go through them one way or the other. But I would like to avoid it if possible. Yeah, this is looking promising. Here we go. Again, we're so heavy. I'm leaving this poor marshmallow behind. Poor, sad, lonely marshmallow. There shouldn't be anything very good in the dam, I think. It's just going to be a bunch of industrial loot, like scrap metal, cloth, and probably some flares. Maybe a handful of food. The dam isn't really that good place to find food. Maybe we can find some granola bars, energy bars, chocolate bars up in the office area. But other than that, I can't really think of anything worth checking. I suppose there is that safe in the control room. I guess it's not control room, it's like an operations room. Yeah, with as much food as we have here, I think that safe is the only thing worth checking. Chelsea, welcome back. Welcome back. So far, I think I'm somehow cursed but also blessed. So take a look at this. Where is it? Where is it? Where's that? Actually, where is it? Up here? No? Looking for the repairs completed number. I feel like I've gone past it twice. It should be here somewhere. I remember seeing it not too long ago. Here, successful repairs. Yet again. 14 successful repairs in a row. Oh, you know what's happening? I know why the audio is choppy. It's because my bit rate is being crippled right now. It's half what it should be. And I guess that usually happens when the stream starts getting... Yeah, that's what happens when the stream starts getting really long. So I think it's been, what, like 6 hours since I started this. Jesus. It's getting to be pretty close to time to end it. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get to the entryway to the dam. We're almost back at the hydroelectric dam. We're going to get there, and I think we'll end the stream there. But other than that, other than, restarting the stream, I don't actually know what the issue with the bitrate is. Because there shouldn't be an issue. At least on my end. Bandwidth-wise, it should be enough. Unless maybe the router is overheating. I'm not sure. It's probably something I should look into. But we won't have to suffer through it for too much longer, I hope. Okay, so fingers crossed we don't fall off the dam. Where are these crows growing at? You beat hunt part 1, part 2, or both? Because that's what enterprising people want to know. Oh, might as well check the backpack. And so I also have asked, did the bear chase you all the way through Pleasant Valley? Or did it just kind of disappear until you got to Mystery Lake, like it did for me? Because I really do feel like the bear should be a much bigger problem for me. But it wasn't. Okay. I'm trying not to get caught here. Okay, very nice. So you beat both in one sitting. You know, it's probably possible. The second part was shorter than I was expecting when I played it for myself. Always be careful here. Always be careful on the little chit edge. So, Kelsey, what do you think was the harder part? I think for me, because the bear was absent for so long, the hardest part might have been running around and chasing after the bear with terrible clothing in the cold. In the hunted part 2, I mean. I think the hunted part 1 is completely reasonable. Chased you will also just prove it random after you shot at it. Wait, hold on. How did you shoot? You must be talking about shooting it in part 2, right? At least I think. You can't get a rifle in part 1, can you? I didn't think you could get a rifle in part 1. Or a revolver, or anything really. Let's see if we have any hashtag swag.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
And that's what the lanterns for. Okay, none. I feel like, isn't there sometimes... Ooh, Gloves. Hello. Hello, handsome. I feel like if there's a rifle here, it would be on this table. And of course, this is locked. What is this? That's a clipboard. Flares saved your life. Oh yeah, you know what? I forgot that we picked up flares. You think it was harder? Part 1 definitely harder than Part 2. I would say... I'm not so sure that was the case for me. That's probably only because the bear disappeared for almost all of Pleasant Valley. And we basically were able to find amazing clothing, completely uncontested. But I did forget about the flare gun. Extremely important. And I also have to ask, at the end, at the very end of Part 1, what happened? How easy was you to make that last push of the trapper's cabin? Oh, that's like the best locker I've ever seen in my life. Wow. How many good boots. But I don't think we have anything worth switching out for Mackinac jacket. Yeah, so Mackinac does probably 2.5, 2.45. Yeah, the Park is better than Mackinac jacket. So we'll stick with that. But these guys, so 1 Celsius, 1 Celsius, 33. 1 Celsius, half Celsius, 20. Ski gloves are better, and we'll repair them later. I just remember the end of Part 1 for me was the most fuckering experience. I thought I had snuck around the bear. You know, I basically scared off with a flare. Probably like you had shot it in the face and it to stick on. And these could be good for dirt leather if we need it. So I thought the bear was all, running away. And so I was going towards that last stretch along the south side of the region that would lead up trappers. I snuck around a wolf pack. And when I got to the clearing that's right in front of trappers, I looked to the right, and there's the bear charging down the clearing, chasing me. And I almost didn't make it. Almost. The bear should have gotten the memo. Close on counting horseshoes and hand grenades.
Let's look here.
We don't need either of those things. Well, probably could have taken the chocolate. Actually, maybe both. We'll just flip the lantern. Yeah, Part 1, you know what? Let me take back my previous claim. Part 1, especially due to the beginning, I would agree is harder than Part 2.
Could end up being useful.
It's just Part 2, it seems like there was a lot less good clothing. And so you always had to be quick and be worrying about the temperature. Whereas in Part 1, if I remember, kind of by the time we even got to the farmhouse in the middle of Pleasant Valley, we had some excellent clothing. And then, definitely, by the time we got to the radio shack at the top of that hill, we found the expedition parka. I think we might have also found some shoes, maybe not. But, yeah, well, temperature was not an issue for me after the first half of Part 1, whereas Part 2 was a pressure the whole time. And that is enough for hunting knife. How good is it? 79%. 79%, which is not handsome enough to tempt me. Ooh, I wonder if we can pick up some more arrows by this guy up here. The dude is dead in front of the door, the airlock door. He ran out of flare shells around the derailment. Good God, man. That is not a good place to be in. Derailment is where the bear caught back up to me for the first time after losing it, going through the, if you remember, I went through the crashed plane and lost the bear there and didn't find it for the longest time. And so you were running out of flares in derailment. And I was just barely finding the bear again at derailment. So that's kind of crazy. Especially because I got the feeling that once the bear gets close to you, it'll keep getting closer and closer and closer until it charges you.
Someone's ash.
Once it charges you, it's like you can't really do anything other than run inside somewhere, find some geometry it can't path onto, or shoot in the face with a flare. So I have no clue how you got all the way from derailment trash cabin if that's where you ran out of flares. Okay, we'll do this. We have one trashy broken arrow, a storm lantern that we don't need. Do we have an arrow stuck in the wall here? I think we do. Somehow, this absolute Chad of a bowman managed to stick an arrow in a solid steel, solid iron door. I'm not going to ask questions if you won't. But I think this storm lantern is a little bit better than what the one we currently have. So let's exchange those. Thanks. The biggest issue for me was Stand 1 2 in Part 2. There were a couple of places that I luckily remembered that I could hide and warm up. One of them, I think the most important one that I found, was, if you remember, there's that, on the far western corner, the far western edge of the map, what's the word I'm looking for? The far western edge of the map, kind of in between trappers, in the northwestern corner, there's one single lonely log cabin. And that's basically the only good shelter in the entire area. And I spent a while there warming up after chasing the bear to the middle of the map. But otherwise, it was pretty chill. Working on Archivist. You already died once. Archivist is the Aurora one, isn't it? I'm trying to think about that. So I'm of two minds. Mind the first. I'm not anticipating problems, assuming that it's not worth the trouble to go to multiple locations in a single Aurora. The second mind I have is, if there are multiple locations that are nearby that are actually worth going left and right, basically trying to find multiple in one Aurora, I could see myself getting eaten by wildlife. Oh, you do sometimes dream. I might have to check that out. I might indeed have to check that out. Okay, let's see. So I think, though, let's get to the... Actually, this is upper dam / lower dam. I think we're at upper dam right now. So let's toss the bedroll out Let's sleep for a few hours and make sure we're ticking up on the timer. Make sure we're in the right spot. We should be in the right spot, but let's just make sure. Nothing over there on the tables worth getting. Nothing over here. Okay, so let's toss this here for now. Let's eat and drink some. Just to get ready, so let's do, I guess, some chicken airline food. No one's ever gotten sick from airline food chicken style, right? Right? Well, if anyone say it's not me. Can't be me. But someone's thirsty. Now that's an entire... God, look at all these energy bars we have. 19 energy bars. A completely unreasonable number of calories. I wish I thought to drink that soda, but it'll be fine. Okay, let's pop the bedroll down. Grab a quick nap. We're gonna put this to something like 3 a.m. Make sure we get a save on this. Okay, we have a save. Let's have a blizzard outside. And let's check our list. Where are we? Up, lower, down? Yeah. Okay, here we are. 0.3 out of 3, so we are in the right spot. I can't figure out how to save the stream so you don't have any before you go to Archivist. Let's just not speedrunning Archivist and gathering supplies. That sounds like a plan, honestly. That sounds like a way to do it. Because if there are auroras, and to make it more reasonable, less annoying, they probably have more auroras than usual. I think running around and trying to get multiple buffer memories in a single aurora is probably pretty dangerous on account of wolves and bears. At least until you get, like, a lot of guns. Like, a lot of guns. Okay, so, I don't know if you've seen this list, but these are all the locations that we have to search, that we have to go to. We started out in Pleasant Valley, did a little bit of looting there, then we headed directly north, because I remembered that the Mountaineer's hut is in Timberwolf. So we went to Timberwolf, we actually found a hacksaw. We actually found 2 or 3 hacksaws. We opened up a bunch of aircraft containers, got a bunch of good clothes, a bunch of food, that's the airline food, well, most of the airline food, a bunch of matches, fire starters, tools, that kind of stuff. So basically super set on food, like anything you want. We have no guns, didn't find any guns. So, spent the 3 days in Mountaineer's hut, took everything I could down to Pleasant Valley. We just went through all the stuff in Pleasant Valley. So started with Skeeter Fridge, then we did what? The rural store, then barn, just finished radio control hut. And now the next 3 that we're gonna hit, camp office, well 4 I suppose, up, down, low, down. Next we're gonna do camp office. Then the trapper's cabin, I think we're gonna do third, and we'll get a forestry lookout on the way out. Once your husband's done on Dark Souls, Circles, you're gonna hop on a stream. And you make that real fast start watching. Well, we'll have to see how long it takes for me, because it is been on for a while. And I need to stretch some legs. Stretch some arms, stretch some legs. But yeah, if I'm back on Twitch, definitely take a peek. But until then, I think this is where we call it. Okay, so we did grab a save. We've got all the good stuff. Yeah. Let's call it here. In addition, because the bitrate is still suffering, it's literally half what should be sitting, if that. Okay, so I guess the outro. This whole time we've been searching around, walking, trying to rest in different houses, trying to sleep in all these different houses like a hobo. And as you've seen, I've been Yuchi, and I've been trying to take maps in many different couches. Successfully so far, we'll see if that remains. I'll see people in the